congratulations, Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, with RJ Kyra to 16K. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion percentage, Charlotte Heifer, here in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to Sage Hanrahan of Okarche, Oklahoma, with Belle Brule 207K. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll take a brief break here in your Charlet ring as our judge is going to head to the backdrop. Then we'll get started in just a moment here with your Charlet Junior Heifer Show. Back over in ring one, we're excited to get started with your full-blood and purebred Braunvieh Heifer Show. Currently in the ring, we have Class 1. These are full-blood, purebred, late spring heifer calves born April 16 of 2022 and after.
As we start the Braunvieh Junior Show, a really nice class of females to lead off with, a lot of quality all the way through, and I think very, very close. Maybe not that one that just jumps out at you coming in the gate and says, I have to win, but I think the heifer that wins the class, to me, is easy in terms of the fact she's very complete and she's very structurally correct. I think easily the most structurally correct heifer in the class. She looks as good on the go as she does on the stand. I love the angles in terms of her hock and her knee and her pastern, the shape of her feet. You watch her go and she just holds herself together. She holds her head up. She's comfortable and she's got enough body. She's got enough look. You might like to clean up her throat just a little bit, but I think she's very complete, very correct. One I think that comes to the top of the class pretty easily for me. Really a powerful heifer in second. She's obviously the high-performing female. She's stout, she's thick, she's long-bodied, really good in terms of look when you get her out on the profile. Doesn't have as much body as the heifer that wins the class, maybe not as perfect in her feet and legs when we set her in motion, but she's really, really stout, and the young lady does a very nice job of presenting her when we get her out on the profile. The heifer in third is another one I think that's kind of fault-free. She's another one that's pretty good when we set her in motion. She's adequate in terms of her rib cage. Gets a little shorter bodied as we compare her to some of the heifers ahead of her. Maybe just like to lengthen her front end out and clean her up a little bit, but still she's sound, fairly complete. The young man in fourth has an interesting female. I think down the road she could be pretty good. She's the longest fronted, most feminine heifer in the class. Relative to her condition, she's still pretty good in terms of rib and body. She gives up some bone and some stoutness to the three heifers ahead of her today. As she matures, if she stoutens up a little bit, that one could be really tough next year because of her look and her femininity and the shape to the center part of her rib. Young heifer coming out next, the youngest female in the class, and she gives up a couple of months in terms of age, and she's a functional heifer that's adequate in her rib and her muscle, maybe not quite as attractive through her front 1/3, and maybe just doesn't want to show herself off today quite as well as some of the other heifers ahead of her in class. We come down to the end of the class. Two nice females, maybe give up some rib and flank. Two heifers that maybe don't handle their spine quite as nicely as some of the others when we set them in motion. But still, I think functional heifers just give up some structure and some volume as we compare them to the heifers ahead of them today.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, and a good way to start our full-blood and purebred Braunvieh heifer show. First place. We'll go to back number 2021, RJE Lily Mae 243K, exhibited by Rowdy Jack Etchison of Amarillo, Texas. Second place went to back number 2018, Praz Miss Phoenix 76K, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Third place went to back number 2023, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs. Fourth place, back number 2020, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Fifth place went to back number 2017, exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Sixth place, exhibited by Samantha Malman. Seventh place in that class will go to back number 2022, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now in Ring 1 is Class 2. This is full-blood and purebred early spring heifer calves, born March to April of 2022.
Oh, on the Braunvieh side, another really good class in a close pair. Both these heifers have advantages relative to the class. The female that wins, again, it's her structural correctness. You set her in motion, she makes a long stride. She's really good in her spine when you get her out there moving. Beautifully balanced on the profile, flat-shouldered, feminine, got some depth of body, really nice in terms of length and levelness of hip. I think she's adequate in terms of muscularity when you get behind her. Maybe relative to the heifer in second, she could just use a shot of bone. But that's a really correct, fresh, nicely balanced heifer to win the class. Maybe if anything, too, we'd just like to tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame size. The heifer in second is more moderate, and I like that. She's a heavier structured, bigger bone kind of a female that's sure got some rib and some muscle. I think the difference is when you set them in motion. She's just a little tighter in her top. She wants to drop her pins. She's not unsound, but she's a heifer that's not as perfect in her structure as the heifer that wins the class. Young lady coming next has a nice female, I think a moderate framed heifer that has an advantage in structure over the heifer in fourth. She's just a shot stouter as well. One that maybe as we compare the heifers above her could just use a little more rib, maybe be a little farther along today, but I think her added advantage in structure puts her in third over the heifer in fourth. Young lady in fourth has a nice moderate heifer with some body and some muscularity. Again, we just like to change her skeleton. When we set her in motion, she gets a little up on her pasterns and tighten her top, but a nice female and a very good class today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring. Results of Class 2, first place went to back number 2025, Miss JMS Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place went to back number 2028, Rylan Kimball of Montrose, Colorado, with RMK Ace of Hearts 353K. Third place in that class exhibited by Tanya Williams, and fourth place exhibited by Riley Flowers. Now in ring one, we're bringing in Class 3. These are full-blood and purebred junior heifer calves born January to February of 2022. Back over in ring 2, we're getting started with your Charlet show. First class in the ring is Class 1A.
Nice way to start off our first class here in the Charlet show. Young ladies heifer we're going to use to start off with, I think offers the most type and kind in the right direction that I've been looking for. A heifer that really is attractive up through her front 1/3. She's good in her center body. Maybe if I were to change her, just how she handles her hip and her hind leg down at the ground, see her handle with more strength and stability there. But still, I think in this class, a female that does the most things right in terms of body and shape and design, nice place to lead off with. Young man's heifer in second that comes in, I think closely follows her in type and kind. Straight and true in her lines, has some shape and look about her. Just maybe not quite the overall width and dimension of the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but still a nice individual here to come in second. A little larger framed heifer coming in here in third. I think a performance-oriented female. As we look at her, maybe just gets a little harder to see out here the way she's acting. Maybe just change how she handles her hind leg and down to the ground and see her step down with a little more strength and stability. Young lady's got a greener heifer coming in here in fourth. Just like to soften her up all the way through, give her a little more substance about her body, but a nice set of heifers in this class. Let's give them a nice round of applause here as they exit the ring.
Well, congratulations in our first class in your Charlet show. First place, we'll go to back number 4026, CAH Virginia 04K, exhibited by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. Second place went to back number 4027, exhibited by Hunter Blakely of Uluga, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, also exhibited by Hunter Blakely. Fourth place, we'll go to back number 4031, exhibited by Tana Grigg. We're now going to bring in Class 1B in our heifer calf division.
On the Braunvieh side, a really good class, one that kind of breaks up into some multiple pairs that are pretty close, and I really like these two up here on the front end. Young lady that wins the class, I think it's easy to see. She has the really attractive fresh heifer in the class. She's very feminine, yet she's got some body and some spring to her rib. You get behind her, that heifer's muscular. She's green and lean, and I like that about her. I think there's a lot of future in her, yet she's very natural and big in her rib. One that gets out and travels pretty well when we set her in motion. If we were to perfect her, you might raise her pin set, just see a little more angulation in terms of her hock, but she's still plenty sound as she goes, beautifully balanced. And relative to her condition, there's quite a bit of heifer there. The heifer in second is very functional, probably the best structured heifer in the class in terms of feet and legs. When you set her in motion, she covers her track. She's very true off both ends. She's got some bone and some foot and some body. I like that about her. She's not as attractive through her front third as the heifer that wins the class, and another one maybe that drops her pins a little on the go, but two high-quality females on the front end. A high-performing, very, very long-bodied heifer in third, and one when you get her on the stand, she's really strong in her top and attractive. As we compare to the heifers ahead of her, she's not as good in her structure. As you watch her go, she gets up in her top. She needs a shot more rear rib and flank as we compare to those ahead of her, but she's stout and she's long, and the young lady does a nice job of presenting representing her when we get her out on the profile. The young man in fourth, another functional female, big-bodied heifer. I think that one that's pretty good in terms of her feet and legs. She gives up some balance to those ahead of her. A little plainer through her front third, wants to drop her pins plenty when we set her in motion, but I like the body, I like the feet and legs, just like to change her from a balance standpoint. One of the really stout-made heifers coming next that the young man has, a lot of power when you get behind her. Big hip, big top, a lot of stifle. One that just gives up some things in terms of balance when we get her out on the profile. She needs to be more feminine up front. She needs to be leveler in terms of her hip, but she is very, very stout in her makeup. And then the two young ladies at the end of the class, nice moderate heifers. Two, we just like to change them from a balance standpoint. They want to drop their pins a little more on the go than what's ideal. They maybe not as correct in terms of the way they handle their hind leg when we set them in motion, but I think they're nice in terms of being in the right condition. They're moderate in their frame size, just like to change their skeleton, maybe see a shot more performance as well. Nice class of females out here today.
Well, congratulations in ring one. We have the results of class 3. First place went to back number 2034, CW Chelsea, exhibited by Ellen Zybing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place will go to back number 2033, exhibited by Cole Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Third place in that class goes to back number 2036, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 2037, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Eric Pettit. Sixth place will go to back number 2038, exhibited by Piper Hawkins. And seventh place in that class, going to back number 2031, Annie Bessinger.
Over here on our Charlet side, the female I'm going to use to win this class, I think kind of overpowers the rest of the class. I know she's probably the most advanced in her skeletal maturity, the most mature heifer out here for sure, but still probably too much to deny in terms of body and mass and substance, the way she's put together, just the way you study her and her type and kind, the kind that puts together a class-winning look out here in this group. Heifer that comes in second, a little greener compared to our class winner, a little more youthful in her appearance, about her head and neck, and I think as we go on in time, probably catch up in terms of body. Just fighting the lead out here a little bit, but still a nicely balanced heifer, I think, that comes together well and have a bright future. Heifer coming in next, a big stout-boned, rugged-made heifer. Just change her in her structure. Wants to get too upright in her blade and doesn't want to handle her hip and her hind leg quite right, but a heifer that has plenty of shape and turn to her top and out of her hip. Heifer that comes out next, just a little more of a little rolls a little in her top and off in her hip, but just change that about her and the way she blends together from a balance perspective, but still enough shape and spring a rib as you view her from behind. And the heifer that comes in next in line, just a sound, functional, complete heifer that gives up too much in terms of balance to compete with the heifers in front of her. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlet ring. We have the results of Class 1B. First place to go to back number 4037, FFF Snowflake 2227, bred and owned by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place goes to back number 4034, exhibited by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Third place in that class, exhibited by 4038, McKenna Mitchell of Justin, Texas. Fourth place went to Madison Ashcraft of Clinton, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class, exhibited by Tana Griggs of Webb City, Missouri. Now in ring 2, we have Class 1C.
On the Braunvieh side, we have our first division of purebreds out here, and really 3 high-quality classes with some depth. And 3 excellent females out here to represent. I think the common denominator is all 3 of these class winners are really good in terms of their feet and legs, the way they can get out and move. They've got some length of stride. They're true off both ends. They handle their spines pretty well when we set them in motion. And I think that's part of the reason they got to the top. With that, they're nicely balanced heifers. They're correct in terms of their condition. 3 nice females to win the classes. They're a little different in their type and kind. The heifer that won the first class is very functional. functional. I like her feet and legs. I love her body. She's probably not as attractive up through her neck as the two heifers behind her, but I think she's still feminine about her head. Probably the biggest thing I was change, I'd just like to raise her pin set a little bit when we set her in motion. Heifer from the second class is beautiful on the move. She reaches, she really holds her top line nicely balanced when we get her on the profile. She's very level hipped and long fronted. You know, as we compare to the others, maybe could just use a shot of body relative to her frame size. She's probably plenty big for me, but there's a lot of quality and really good structure in terms of that heifer. And then we have a female from the third class, extremely feminine, clean fronted, big and bold in her rib, a heifer that's got some muscle. I really like the condition that she's in. If we're to nitpick her, maybe she gets a little low in her pin set, but really a high quality female. And to me, she's the most of the best. She'll be the champion in this division. As we bring the second place heifer in, another functional female, a heifer that can get out and travel, big body, deep sided kind of a female. Maybe not as much look and eye appeal as a heifer directly ahead of her or the one that stood ahead of her in class, but that's a good kind of a female that's very useful in her kind. I think the heifer that most closely follows our champion in this division will be the heifer from class 2. She will be the reserve.
Well, congratulations in our junior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 2034. That's SW Chelsea, exhibited by Ellen Zeibing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 2025. Miss JMS Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. We're now going to get started with your winner heifer calf division. This will be class 4.
Well, by far the toughest class we've had all day. I think 6 outstanding females out here. Goes deep all the way down in this class. A lot of quality. I'll just tell you what I see in these heifers. Obviously, this is my opinion about what I see in these cattle. I think these pair of heifers to lead off pair up very well in terms of type and kind, frame size in relation to their age, where they're at in the maturity pattern. I think a pair of heifers that fit in very nicely. Young man heifer I'm going to use to start the class with is just stouter for me at the ground as you go up in terms of bone and foot and shape. As you study her from behind, width out of her hip and out through her quarter, hooks to pins, she just got more substance and mass. In a terminal sire breed, I think a female that just has a little more of that substance and power to her, and then just definitely flexible in her skeleton and the way she goes. Young man's heifer here is a little tidier about her neck and up through her chest floor, and I do appreciate that about her. I don't think she's quite as stout at the ground as the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but two nice, high-quality individuals up here to lead off this class. Young man's heifer in third's kind of the outlier in terms of size and scale. Definitely the stoutest, most powerful heifer you'll see out here in terms of width down her top and out of her hip. She wants to set her tail head up just a little high and run downhill just a bit when we put her on the side profile. But if you like one that has got plenty of size and mass and power, that heifer certainly offers that. Young man doing a nice job coming in next. His heifer just gets out-powered by the trio in front of her as we study her from her chest floor back into her rear rib and flank. But gives you an awesome look from the side and the way she balances up. I think her best days are in front of her. Out here today, we just like to power her up just a touch. We get into another heifer here in line that just gets us a real functional look in terms of body and type and kind. Just maybe doesn't balance up with the 4 heifers in front of her with that added show ring look and appeal. And then we come in here, a heifer that just gives up too much in terms of performance. But the young lady has a heifer that I think has a bright future. As she gets older and things even up, I think a heifer that'll match up very nicely. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Oh, on the Braunvieh side, a nice class of fall females. A tough class, some give and take all the way through. But the heifer that wins the class, when they walked in, she hit me pretty easily as the class winner. Again, a combination female. She's got some rib. She's one of the better structured heifers. She balances up nicely on the profile. You might like to clean her front end up a little bit, but she's feminine about her head. She's long enough in her neck. And I think her advantage in volume and structure move her right to the top of the class. The black heifer in second, long-sided, stout-made female, big bone and big-footed, really opened up in the center part of her rib. She's got a lot of muscle shape when you get behind her. I like to change her pin set and the way she handles her hind leg when we set her in motion. But another powerful female with some length and some body. I think a pretty easy one to move into that second hole. The heifer in third is intriguing. She's the nicest profiling heifer in the class. She's the greenest in terms of her condition. I think she's adequate in terms of feet and legs. This one will be really interesting to see her 2, 3, 6 months down the road with her look and her structure. If she feeds along, she could be very competitive. Today, there's just not enough of her. She needs more volume. She needs more thickness. But I really appreciate the look. Young man's done a nice job presenting her as well. The heifer coming next is nice on the stand. She's got some depth of body and muscle. We set her in motion. She gets awfully tight and short in her hip, and that's what we'd like to change about her. And then we have an eye-appealing heifer at the end of the class. Just needs more rib and body to compete with some of the others out here. But a nice class of females and a real solid female to win.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlotte ring. Results of your last class. First place wins back number 4044, Belle Elvira, 246K, exhibited by Case Conley, Sulphur, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 4047, exhibited by Peyton Gall with TLAC Miss Sierra, 9913K. Third place in that class was exhibited by Brantley Went. Fourth place exhibited by Cinch Dowling. Fifth place, Kylan Oaks. And sixth place, Claire Williams. Now currently in ring 2, we have class 1D. This will be our final class here in our Spring Heifer Calf division. Back over in ring 1, results of class 4 full-blood and purebred winter heifer calves here in your Braunvieh show. First place goes to back number 2039, Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas, with Praz Miss Mighty Wonder, 69 JET. Second place exhibited by Coy Pittman. Third place went to Aiden Wolken. Fourth place exhibited by Shelby Prazik, and fifth place also exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Now currently in Ring 1 is Class 5 full-blood and purebred senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021.
On the Braunvieh side, a good class, but I think some give and take. I'd like to take these top two females and kind of stick them together. They both have advantages relative to the class. The heifer that wins, she's very eye-appealing, sound-structured female, really fresh in terms of her condition. I'll be the first one to admit that she just needs more rib and volume. But I think when you look at class advantages, she's the eye-appealing heifer. She's the sound-structured heifer. She's the correctly conditioned heifer. I'd just like to see a shot more volume in that female. The second heifer in second has that. I love her rib. She's deep-bodied. She's not over-conditioned, really opened up in the center part of her rib. Very, very sound on her feet and legs. She gives up some Hollywood when we get her out on the profile. She's a little plainer through her front end. She's a little off in her hip, but she is a broody female that's sound structured. She'll make a really nice cow for that young lady. Heifer coming in third is similar to the heifer in first in terms of her look and her structure. She's level topped and she's pretty good at the ground. She doesn't balance in terms of her front end relative to her flank. She just gets a little plainer up front. it needs a shot of body as well. Heifer coming out next is Stout. She's the heaviest structured female in the class, and she's got some muscle. She's one that we'd like to change on the go. She doesn't handle her hind leg quite like she needs to. She gets a little in her hock and tight when she goes. If we could change that about her, I think she's one that could be a shot higher in the class. And then we have a heifer at the end of the class that does have some rib, and I like that about her. She's a little tighter and shorter in her hip when we set her in motion, a little plainer in her front third. A good class of heifers, maybe not that one that just puts it all together and jumps right out at you.
Over here in our Charlet ring, really a nice, another strong class of females. I think the heifer that leads off, really a high-quality individual. As you view her from the side, just really balances up. And the way she comes out of her neck and shoulder and then comes back in, a big center sweep to her center body and out through her hip. A female that get out and travel, I think a nice place to start off. Heifer that comes in second, I think closely follows her in type and kind. As we see her maybe compared to the one that wins. As you study her right from behind, maybe not quite the overall three-dimensional shape of the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but certainly a nice, balanced, sound-structured, high-quality individual there in second. Heifer that comes out in third, a little plainer in her type and kind about her head and her neck, but still has that body shape, that dimension and muscle to go on and make a successful brood cow. I think a nice heifer there in third. Young man's heifer coming out next in line, and just maybe fix her structure just a little bit in the way she plants down at the ground. Gives up a little bit in terms of performance, but still a nice heifer that balances up. The young man does a nice job getting her shown. Really a nice individual. Heifer that comes out next, a little greener in her type and kind. I think she's one that's extremely long, just maybe not quite the center depth of rib that we see in some of the heifers that precede her in the line. And then our branded heifer coming out next, just a little more jammed up in through her front end, rolls out from hooks to pins, but still has some body shape and dimension to go on and be a successful cow. So certainly a high-quality set of heifers, an even better set of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Braunvieh ring, the results of Class 5, first place went to back number 2045, exhibited by Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place will go to back number 2046, Annie Bassinger of Southland, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Grayson Sims. Fourth place, Gage McWhirter. And fifth place in that class went to back number 2048, Shelby Smyrna. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds. Our judge is selecting his champion reserve senior heifer calves.
On the Braunvieh side, as we pick the fall division, we've got the older heifer standing in the first position here. As we said in class, just beautifully balanced, very eye-appealing heifer that's excellent in terms of her feet and legs, and that's what brought her to the top of that class. As we said, if we change her, just like to open her up in her rib cage. She needs to be bolder and deeper as we compare her to some of the other heifers out here, but beautiful in terms of her eye appeal and her structure. Just like to see a shot more volume relative to her frame size. The heifer from what was actually the first class standing here in second is the stouter built one. She's really opened up in her rib cage, very bold in the shape that she has to her rib. She's very muscular when you get in behind her. I think she's sure adequate in terms of her structure, and she's adequate in her balance. Just a pretty complete heifer that's a shot stouter than average. And for me, I think she's the most of the best. She'll be the champion in this division today. The heifer that won the second class standing in the first position will be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring. Your senior champion heifer calf will go to back number 2039. Coming out of Class 4, congratulations, Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. And reserve champion will go to back number 2045, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Back over in the Charlet ring, the results of your last class here in this heifer calf division. First place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with LMAN Miss Shelley 251K. Second place exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin. Third place went to Cole Harris. Fourth place, Cooper Dorn. Fifth place exhibited by Neely Davis. And sixth place, Heidi Mengarelli. Currently in the ring, our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey, is going to select his champion reserve senior heifer calves.
Really a powerful division out here in our first set out here on our Charlet show. Our heifer that comes out of the first class. I think a heifer really green and youthful in her type and kind. Has a bright future ahead of her. Youngest heifer out here in our division. She compared to the other heifers out here, maybe just not as stout at the ground in terms of bone and foot size and the way you read her up in through her hip and her stifle, but really put together nice, really balanced up well. A big, stout, powerful heifer out of our second class. Got a lot of body, a lot of mass, maybe just a tick more chest, a little plainer as we get her out here and compare her to the heifers directly behind her in the line, but still really a high quality individual. Heifer that comes out of our third class. I think you look at her in terms of her structure and the way she gets out and goes, really a big, stout, rugged individual with a lot of muscle shape and turn to her. I think a heifer that you really just like the completeness that she offers out here. Our heifer out of our fourth class, as you see her, probably as good a balanced heifer from the side in terms of look and extension up through her front end. Really long-bodied, long and level from hooks to pins, deep in her center portion of her body. Really an outstanding set of heifers out here, not to take anything away from our seconds, but really a powerful set in this division. I'm going to go out here and take one more look, and then I'll get you a division champion. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
On the Braunvieh side, two summer yearling heifers and a really nice pair of females that will also be the champion in reserve in this third division. Young lady's heifer that wins the class. I love her structure and the way she moves. I really like the condition that she's in. She's super fresh, yet that heifer still got some body and some volume. Beautifully balanced as we read her through her front end and down her top line. One that looks just as good on the move as she does on the stand. And I think a high quality heifer to win this class and represent this division. The young man's heifer in second. Really nice on the profile, strong top, probably a shot stouter made in terms of substance of bone, one that gives up some look. She gets a little deeper in her chest and higher in her flank relative to our class winner, and maybe not quite as perfect in terms of her movement, but a nice pair of heifers and really a fresh, high-quality heifer to lead this division off.
Well, congratulations in the Charlet ring. Your spring heifer calf champion will go to back number 4048. Congratulations to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with LMAN Miss Shelley 251K, and reserve champion in that division will go to back number 4044. Congratulations, Case Conley, Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira 246K. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now start your next division here in our Junior Charlet show. Look for Class 2A. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, congratulations. In Class 6 in your intermediate division, your champion goes to back number 2049, SW Mia, exhibited by Ellen Zagbing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in reserve in that division will go to back number 2050, WCCR Ladybug 1039, exhibited by Aiden Wolken. Now entering the ring is Class 7, full-blood and purebred spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021.
Nice class of heifers here. Young lady's heifer I'm going to use to start off with is the soundest heifer in this pair of heifers, and that's what compels her to win. Look at her angle to her shoulder and the way she reaches and flexes at the ground and the way you read her. Body shape and dimension, a nice heifer. Definitely the bigger, stouter, more powerful heifers in two, but for me, she just sits a little forward in her shoulder and wants to roll out on her front end when we ask her to go. Maybe doesn't quite handle her structure just as well as we'd like. But still a big, powerful heifer that has a lot to offer from a muscle and dimension standpoint. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 2A. First place to go to back number 4058, WH Atley 217 BLD, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second place in that class, exhibited by 4056, Micah Joe Brumley of Rush Springs, Oklahoma, with FFF Watts Ellie 2210. Well, now bringing Class 2B. This will be your final class in this division.
Oh, on the Braunvieh side, definitely the highest quality, deepest class we've had all day. We've got a lot of numbers in these older heifers, and we've got a lot of quality. There's a give and take in a couple of pairs, but I'm really happy the way it's sorted out. The heifer that wins the class is kind of one of those. This is what I've been waiting on in terms of she walks in and her balance. You look at her front end, her head, neck, and shoulder, her rib cage. She can handle herself on the move in terms of being true and long strided. She's pretty good in her spine. She's got enough muscle when you get behind her. I'd say she's kind of medium in her frame size, which is just fine for me. And she's nice in terms of her condition. She's very fresh. Just a high-quality heifer to win the class. Heifer in second is really fresh and feminine and sound. One that just, if we were to change her, you just wish there was a shot more of her. She gives up a little performance, maybe gives up a little width and stoutness as well, but very nicely balanced, very nicely shown. Good in terms of her feet and legs. Just like to see a shot of performance and power to get her up ahead of that heifer that wins the class. Now, the heifer that does have the performance and power is the female in third. She's long long-bodied, big-ribbed, and very muscular. But she bothers me when you set her in motion. She gets a little tighter in her top, doesn't handle her hind leg as correctly as the two heifers ahead of her, and that's what we'd like to change. I think the heifer right below her is sounder in her structure, but this heifer is good-looking and powerful, just like to change the way she gets out and goes. The young lady in fourth, and I think third and fourth is very close because she does have an advantage in terms of feet and legs and spine over the heifer directly ahead of her, but she gives up some things in terms of balance. She's a little plainer in her front 1/3. She's a little off in terms of her hip, but that heifer's functional. I like her feet and legs. She's got some body. She's in the correct condition. Still a lot of quality in that female. A good class because as we're coming down the line, the young lady coming out next has a long-sided heifer. One that you get her on the profile is really nice in terms of balance and design. She's another one that could handle her hind leg a little different when we set her in motion, and that's what we'd like to change. Maybe gets a little flat in terms of her rib and her quarter, but that one's really pretty long-bodied and good in her lines when you get her out on the profile. Young lady at the end of the class has a good female. I think that one's sound enough. She just gives up some volume and some balance as we get her out here with these others. Maybe like to change her hip design as we compare her to some of those ahead of her, but a very good class, definitely the deepest class from top to bottom that we've had in the purebred show today.
Over here on our Charlet side, really an outstanding class winner. She sorts herself up pretty fast when you see her come in the ring. Just like her structure and the way she steps down at the ground, her feet and her angles are right, body shape and dimension, still puts it in with a good look. Just really put together well with a striking, nice profile, nice place to lead off. Heifer in second, I think, follows in as close as you can get, I guess, in type and kind in terms of just balance and structure and body. Obviously, maybe not, just ran into a buzzsaw of a class winner out here, but still a nice, complete, functional heifer there in second. Heifer in third's a little bigger, a little longer. Heifer, I think she just has a little more substance and mass to her, a little more body shape. Just set that tail head into her just a touch better. Heifer that comes in next in line, just like to change her out from hooks to pins and the way she plants down at the ground off her hind leg. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of body depth and just overall performance. The big stout heifer coming in next, it just changed how she looks out of her hooks to her pins. Wants to lift a little plane and come in at her hocks and get a little straight up in her shoulder. But really a nice set of heifers out here with an awesome class winner. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over in the Braunvieh ring. Results of Class 7, first place went to back number 2053, Avery Kimball of Montrose, Colorado. Second place, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Third place will go to Ryland Kimball. Fourth place, exhibited by Cambry Pittman. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Samantha Mullman. And sixth place, Riley Flowers. Now in the ring, we have Class 8. These are full-blood and purebred junior yearling heifers. Back over in the Charlet ring, results of Class 2B. First place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boyd Kelly 438K. Second place in that class, exhibited by Lee Borgland of Henning, Minnesota, with Sally 2003 KET. Third place in that class was exhibited by Madison Ashcraft of Clinton, Oklahoma. Fourth place, bred and owned by Corbin Hunt of Longview, Texas. And fifth place, Delane Hughes. We're now bringing in first and seconds. Our judge will select as champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Smaller in numbers in this division, but still stout in quality. Get back out here. These two heifers that won our classes, certainly high-quality individuals. Young lady out of Class 2 will be our division winner, really a high-quality individual. And then as we look at our second over there, I'm going to follow up with the young lady out of Class 1 for reserve. But let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your junior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 4064, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to back number 4058, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. We're now going to start your senior heifer calf division. We'll bring in Class 3.
a nice class of Braunvieh junior yearlings, and I think all these heifers have some advantages to the class as we get them out here. But I like the combination of the heifer that wins. And tremendous in terms of body volume. You take the length and the depth and the spring of her rib, the length of hip, a lot of heifer there, yet she's very sound. She's very fresh in terms of her condition. Long-fronted kind of a female. Maybe just like to clean her up in her chest a little bit. Not in terms of condition, just skin, but that's a really useful, big volume female that's very, very sound. Heifer coming in second is the powerful made, stout-looking female when you get her out on the profile. But when we set her in motion, she's a little tighter in her top, just not as free and easy going at the ground as the heifer that wins the class. Maybe just a shot more condition, not quite as fresh as you read her up to her front 1/3. The heifer in third is really good in terms of her structure. She's one of the good ones in terms of her spine and her feet and legs as you read her at the ground. She's in the right condition. She balances nicely. I just wish we had more body and rib. That's where she gives it up to the two heifers ahead of her, but a high quality class of good females all the way through.
Congratulations over in the Braunvieh ring. Results of Class 8, first place. Went to back number 2064 KR Fieldstone. 82J exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited also by Lennon Lister with 4KR Iggy Z4J2. Third place in that class went to back number 2058 exhibited by Shelby Prezik. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a junior champion in this division.
One class, one division here. The heifer I'm going to use to lead off. I think just a complete functional brood cow in the class. Got some body, got some mass, handles her right. Just a nice place to lead off. Heifer in second has got some shape and substance. Turned to her rib. Maybe wants to just get a little straighter up in her shoulder, want to open up. Maybe wants to kick that tail head up just a little high, but still a nice individual there in second. The heifer in third, as we study her, balances up just nice, just gives up too much in terms of performance to the pair of heifers in front of her. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations in your senior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 4077, MJ Miss Polly 118 PET, exhibited by Kylan Oaks. Second place in reserve in that division will go to WIA Miss Firefly 198 PET, exhibited by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. And third place in that class, bred and owned by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. We're now going to start your intermediate heifer division. This first class in will be Class 4A, Summer Yearling Heifers.
Just a single entry here in this class. Heifer that has the right parts and pieces in terms of shape to her forerib and out through her midrib and flank. Plenty of thickness out from behind. Be interesting to see this heifer in more competition as we come back out here. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your Class 4A first place. We'll go to back number 4078, ECP Nancy Carbon 2112 TW, exhibited by Addison Penley of Bowie, Texas. now going to bring in your second class and final class in this division. This will be Class 4B.
In our we got our junior yearling division here, I believe, or spring yearling division in the Braunvieh show, and 4 excellent females, 2 very high quality class winners. Heifer that won the first class, and maybe it's an overused term, and even sometimes by me, but I would call her very, very complete. Here's one that doesn't. You don't walk out here and say she's the most body, she's the most muscle, she's the best looking. She's enough of all of those things. She's got enough rib, enough muscle. She's good on the go. She's really nice in terms of her front end and the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, the slope and angulation to her shoulder. Just a very complete kind of a heifer that has enough and a lot of quality in that female. And I think because of that, to me, she wins this division pretty handily, and she'll be the division champion. And then I think it gets very, very close between the black heifer that won the second class and the female that was second to our division champion. And they're obviously different. Congratulations. But they both have a lot of good in them. The black heifer is probably one of the biggest volume sound heifers that's come through the ring today. She's long and she's deep. She's got some muscle shape when you get behind her. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's not quite as attractive through her front 1/3, maybe not quite as attractive in her hind leg maybe as the heifers that were on either side of her, but there's a lot of volume there, and she's very, very sound in her makeup. And then we have a very moderate framed heifer, one that's kind of on the other end of the spectrum, that's beautiful in terms of her balance. I love her look from the side. She's feminine. She's good top. She's really nice on her feet and legs when we set her in motion. But then you have to say, well, is there enough of her? She's a little shorter bodied. She's not really big and bold in her rib cage. She's just adequate in that regard. But she's very, very complete, and I like that about her. I think it's very close, and if you could combine these heifers, we'd end up about where we did with the heifer that won the division. So I think you could go either way. Today I'm going to use the moderate framed heifer that was second to our division champion. She'll be the reserve, but congratulations, great set of heifers in this older division.
Well, congratulations in your junior division. Your champion will go to back number 2053. Congratulations to Avery Kimball. And reserve goes to back number 2052. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. We'll now bring in your final class here in our full-blood and purebred Braunvieh show. This will be Class 9, senior yearling heifers born September to December of 2020.
A single entry in our last class of the Braunvieh show, which will also be our last division, and a high-quality heifer to represent this division. First off, I'd like to commend the young lady for a heifer this age. I like the fact that she has held her in this condition. She hasn't gone too far. The heifer has a lot of muscle shape when you get behind her, a lot of shape down her top. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some foot and bone. I'd maybe just like to see a little more rib cage and middle in this female relative to her age, but I also like the fact that she's really nice in her teat design and the shape of her udder. A high-quality heifer to represent this division today.
Well, congratulations in our final division. Your senior champion will go to back number 2063. Praz Miss Maiden Tradition, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. At this time, we are going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood and purebred Braunvieh females here out of your junior show. As we bring those division champion and reserves in, if we can have everyone in the stands and back in the makeup area, put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Dave Allen of Nocona, Texas.
Before we pick the champion in the purebred Braunvieh show, I think we should put our hands together and commend these young folks for the great set of cattle they brought out here today. I think it's been a really good show all the way through. The Beef Builder show was good, and the Purebred show was even better in terms of numbers and the depth of the quality. I think the Braunviehs, to me, are an underutilized breed, and I think it's probably due more to color than anything, and that's a subject to talk about on another day, because this is a breed that has maternal and they have carcass. They've got some marbling and some muscle, and yet they're maternal. And I've seen these cattle out there in the real world. I used to buy feeder cattle, and there's some good Braunvieh cattle. They feed, and yet I've seen cow herds that were Braunvieh influenced, and they're maternal. So I think it's a breed that's got a lot of things going for it, and it's nice we can bring them out here, and we've got cattle that are not only real world functional, but these heifers have some look and some quality. They're good in terms of their feet and legs, and I commend these exhibitors. All 8 of these heifers that are out here are right in terms of their condition. They're not overfed. That's something that bothers me in the heifer shows sometimes these days. I think we feed them a little hard. We hurt them long term in terms of their production and their feet and legs. These heifers are right. They're fresh. They're sound. They're really a nice group of females. We've talked all the divisions, and I'm not going to go back through each one. I think we got some subtle differences in type and kind, but all these heifers are sound and balanced. They're adequate in their volume. They're adequate in their muscularity, and they're really right in terms of condition. To me, there was a heifer that hit me in class, one that's good in all regards. She was sound. She had some body. She had some look. She had some muscle. You get her out here on the profile, and she's just so complete, and yet she's stout enough. That will be the heifer from the 4th division. She'll be the champion today.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Braunvieh show. Your grand champion, full-blood and purebred heifer. We'll go to back number 2053. Congratulations to Avery Kimball, Montrose, Colorado, with BLC Aurora Sky 012J.
For reserve, I think it gets closer. There's 2 or 3 of these heifers that suit me very well. Maybe don't stand out like the heifer that won the show, but they have a lot of quality. I'll take a quick look at those, pick the reserve, but congratulations to all of you. Great set of heifers in the Braunvieh Junior Show today.
Really an interesting class of 4 heifers here. Young man's heifer going to start off with, I think, just balances up as good as any. Really bold and square in her top and comes level from hooks to pins. Really gives you an up-headed, striking, good look from the side. Really good in her body shape and the way she comes together. Nice heifer there to lead off. Heifer in second, I commend this young man having a May heifer bred to calve up here. Hopefully he gets home from the show before it happens. But I think the best thing about these show cattle is when they go on and make cows in production, and you can see that happening right here. Female that's bold in her rib. She's just starting to set in and udder. Compared to the heifer that wins, maybe not quite as balanced look, but still really a high-quality individual. A heifer that comes in next in line, one that just gets a little rounder from hooks to pins, wants to camp out underneath herself just a little bit, doesn't quite set down at the ground just right, but still body and balance and come from the side that you have to appreciate. And our heifer coming in fourth just wants to fade up into that rear flank, maybe not quite the stoutness from hooks to pins, but certainly a nice set of 4. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Braunvieh ring. Your reserve grand champion female goes to back number 2049, SW Mia. Congratulations to Ellen Zeigenbing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Again, a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Dave Allen. Back over in the Charlotte ring, we have the results of Class 4B. First place went to back number 4082, PL Lady Wilma, exhibited by Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison, Iowa. Second place in that class was exhibited by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Third place will go to back number 4081. Congratulations to Shayla Senkic of Magnolia, Ohio. And fourth place went to back number 4083. Congratulations, Madison Ashcraft, Clinton, Oklahoma. Now bringing in those class first places and second places, our judge will select his champion reserve intermediate heifer.
Not a lot of entries here in our intermediate division, but certainly some heifers that command some attention. The heifer out of our first class, I think just a sound, functional, broody kind of a heifer. We talked about that in class. So get back out here. Maybe doesn't balance up with the heifer that stands directly behind her. Heifer here give you just a really good look. Young man's and get her put together. And then our second in that, we talked about the broodiness and the cow prospect that she is and coming together. We're going to keep these two together. That'll be your champion. That'll be your reserve. Let's give these young showmen a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Your intermediate champion heifer go to back number 4082, PL Lady Wilma. Congratulations, Owen Weisinger, Fort Madison, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to back number 4080, Cat Lady Jet 153C, exhibited by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. We'll now get started with your spring heifer division. We'll bring in Class 5A. Currently in Ring 1, we are taking a backdrop break before we start our Braunvieh Open show. We'll be starting with the Beef Builder Percentage Braunvieh heifers.
We stepped it up a notch here. This class is tremendous. The quality's deep. And I think there's give and take between these heifers here at the top end of the class. I'll tell you just how I see them as my opinion today. I think the heifer that wins does so from a rear view. She got more lower rib shape. She comes out stouter up high. She comes out thicker. I think she's got more lower 1/3. Now, she is a heavier conditioned heifer. You have to take that into consideration. She's pushing a little more chest. She wants to wiggle a little in her flank. But she's a heifer at this age, I think, still gives you a good look from the side up in through her front end. She's tremendously long-bodied, long-hipped, gets out and go. Young man in 2 has a really outstanding heifer. He's fought her hard. She's fought him hard. He's going to get it done here and get her shown, but she's a heifer that is fresh. She's put together well. She gives you a good look. I think she's the freshest heifer in the class, probably just right in terms of condition. Balances up well. I just don't read her to have as much heifer there as I get right in behind her, but still a really high-quality individual there. Young lady, heifer is really long, well balanced, put together well. She rolls out in her front shoulder for me, and that's what puts her in 3rd. If I could change her shoulder, front leg structure, and the way she moves at the ground, wants to step out on those outside toes, but still a really good-looking heifer right there. Next pair of heifers in class just ran into a tough trio in front of them. A heifer that I look at here is one that just got the body, got the mass, just not quite the look of the 3 in front of her. Young man coming out next in line, a long-bodied heifer, put together well. Just change how her structure holds and how she handles her hind leg at the ground, but still a nice set of cattle. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. First place to go to back number 4086, Belle Elvira J180. Congratulations to Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place goes to back number 4090. Congratulations, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with SLIK Mary 151. Third place in that class, exhibited by Maddie Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class, my apologies, goes to Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri, with D. Saul Resource Liberty 113 JET. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 4089. Congratulations to Huck Plyer. We'll now bring in Class 5B Spring Yearling Heifers.
Really an interesting class of 4. I think there's 1 that wins and then 3 to judge. The young man's heifer here at the front of the class wins pretty handily in this group, just like the type and kind that she is. The basics of being a good functional brood cow in terms of body shape and thickness, and she can get out and travel, has plenty of width. I think a nice place to lead off. The next trio, I think, get a little more challenging to judge, maybe because there's parts and pieces you like of each one of them. The young lady in second is the one I think probably most closely resembles the class winner in terms just of body and outward shape and width and hooks of pins. So that's where she falls in, just gets a little plainer and coarser in her overall makeup. Young lady's heifer next. I just like to change the way she plants down off her hind leg to move her up, the way she reaches and flexes there, see her set down a little stronger and truer from behind. And then the heifer that comes out next, I like her body, I like her mass, just gets a little coarse and plain the way she's put together. Really a nice set of heifers out here in this class with a really high quality class winner. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 5B. First place will go to back number 4092, Boy Smoke and Monty. 200J, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place in that class, back number 4096. Congratulations, Kyle and Oaks. Third place in that class will go to back number 4093, Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. And fourth place goes to back number 4094, Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his spring heifer yearling division. We are ready to start our open Braunvieh show here in Ring 1. We'll get started with your beef builders and percentage Braunvieh females. Class 31 will be your first class in the ring. These will be beef builder summer heifer calves.
Well, what an outstanding division of heifers out here. Charolais breeders certainly should be proud, and as you evaluate these 4 animals out here, 2 awesome class winners. And I think these heifers up here and the seconds right behind them, high quality, elite level cattle. And I think the heifer that comes out of our first class is a heifer that's just tremendously long bodied. She's long, extended up front, good in through her throat latch and down in through there. Heifer that's tremendously long and good in her hip and the way she moves. I think a heifer for me, I just like to lean her up. She's just a little fat for me in terms of condition, but I think a heifer that you love her body and her rib shape and the way she's put together. This heifer out of the next class, just I think 12 o'clock in terms of condition, freshness, the way she's put together. I think a heifer that you like her body shape and her build. Just really good from her shoulders back. I think she's good enough necked. Some may want to see him a little cleaner, but I think she's certainly good enough for what I like. I think a heifer that has a lot of body shape, her structure's good, her angles are good. I think a pair of heifers that are just top notch up here. Our seconds out of there, the young man in the red shirt that's a second to the first class winner. I think a heifer that is pushing right here with these front two in terms of quality and look and balance. You just study her from the side, maybe not that center portion for her fore-rib flank that you see of the pair of females in front of her, but just lots of quality. The young man's getting her shown when he gets back out here, doing a good job about that. Young lady that comes out here out of our second class, we talked about her in division or in class, just having the body shape and dimension compared to the three heifers out here in front of her. Maybe just doesn't balance up with that show ring look from the side, but certainly a high quality set of females. Give them a big round of applause. I'm going to take one more look, and then we'll get your division and reserve.
Well, as we start our Braunvieh show over here on this side, I'd just like to thank the folks that asked me to come out here and give me the opportunity to sort through these cattle. There's thousands of people that could do this job and would love to do it, so I always take time to thank the people that give me the opportunity to do it. Really nice heifer to start the Braunvieh show here on our percentage side on the beef builder deal. They're really long fronted, extended up through that front end, the way that she ties in out of her neck. You really like it long and level down her top. Maybe if we were going to critique her just a little bit, we maybe like to see a little more center ribs, center mass to this heifer, but I think a heifer that's certainly got a good set of running feet underneath her and will certainly do a nice job down the road.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlet ring. Your champion coming out of our spring yearling division. Champion going to Carter Ho, Good Hope, Illinois with Boy Smokin' Monty, 200J. And reserve champion will go to Belle Elvira, J180, exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in your final division here in our Charlet show. These will be junior yearling heifers.
Just a single entry out here, but one that really deserves some competition. I think a high-quality heifer, balance as well with the way she comes together. Just really a nice look from the side. She's good in her structure. She's starting to make some udder. I think a nice big-bred heifer at this age. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he exits the ring.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your Junior Charlet show. Congratulations to your junior champion heifer. Going to back number 4100, OBG Miss America 2021, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion reserves over here in the Charlet ring. And our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Charlet female. Back over in ring one, we have gotten started with your open Braunvieh show. We'd like to welcome your judge today, Mr. Jason Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. He currently works at the Livestock Nutrition Center as a sales consultant. He went to the University of Kentucky with a bachelor's degree in agriculture economics. He lives in Oklahoma with his wife Tiffany and 3 children, JC, Cody, and Ty. They raise multiple breeds of cattle with a focus on raising show calves for youth projects. Mr. Heath is judged in 31 states, ranging from county fairs to national and major shows. Some of these include Louisville, Fort Worth Stock Show, Houston, American Royal, and multiple state fairs. Let's put our hands together and welcome our judge in Ring 1, Mr. Jason Heath, Piedmont, Oklahoma.
As we roll into our second class of beef builders over here, I'm going to start with the dark heifer. To me, I think that she's just a little bit stouter at the ground. When you get behind her, I think she shows more width and dimension, both down her top and through her hip. When this heifer sets, she is ultra elegant up through that front end, ties into her shoulder really nice, and she sets her foot down with a bigger foot. So I think that heifer wins the class, not taking anything away from the lighter heifer back here in the back. Extremely long-bodied, long spine kind of a heifer. Probably a nickel framier and a nickel more performance in this one. To me, this one just gets a little flatter when we get behind her, just not quite the substance and stoutness of the first place heifer. 2 really good heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in the Beef Builder ring. In Class 32, first place will go to back number 2066, Star Chanel 90K1, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And second place also going to Star Ranch of Weatherford, Texas, with Star Magnolia 69K. We'll now bring in Class 33. These will be Beef Builder early spring heifer calves born March of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while our division champion and reserves are coming into the ring over here in the Charlet ring, if you could please put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Cody Sankey, over here in our Charlet ring.
Single entry in this beef builder class, and here's a heifer really well presented, really nice shown heifer that we've got in this class. Big-footed, big-legged kind of a heifer. You get behind her, she certainly doesn't disappoint you any there either. Heifer that's got some natural shape to her rib. Maybe just like to clean her up just a little bit, maybe extend that front end just a little more than what we're seeing today. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, congratulations. In Class 33, first place will go to back number 2067, OXO Bricktown Buttercup, exhibited by Paisley Oxtoby of Braggs, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 34 Beef Builder Junior Heifer calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure to come here and evaluate the junior Charlet females here at the Cattlemen's Congress. I say thank you to to the association for inviting me to do this, and look forward to judging the pin show tomorrow and being a part of this event. Thanks to the Cattlemen's Congress for putting on such an outstanding event. You know, this breed is growing in popularity, cattle that offer real-world function. I think the Charolais breed has the opportunity to be a real impact in player in the cattle business from a commercial side of a terminal sire breed, and then carry over out here into the show ring of cattle that really commands some presence and quality out here. These females from one end to the other are just outstanding, and my guess is there'll be a lot of winners come out of these younger divisions for the next 12 months as we come back here. The heifer out of the first class is one that I view as just really extended up front, comes into a strong center body and comes back out through her hip. She blends together well. Looks like she's going to have a bright and tremendous future, just the way she looks with her ring presence out here from the side. Heifer that comes out of our January division, a little more moderate in her type and kind, but I think you study the functionality and the good in this female. Sound in her structure, her body, her build is built for the long haul. And the way she comes together just looks like a functional brood cow in the making. I think that's what's important about this. The heifer that comes out of our third division, just one that's complete and fault-free. Maybe doesn't have quite the show ring look of the heifers on either side, but still one that is going to go on and make a good and complete functional cow. A little bigger framed heifer here out of the next division, but I think she was one that had the extra look and balance to go with the substance and mass out here in this class. Really a solid individual. And then our junior yearling champion there came out of a really tough division. Talked about her in class and division, and just all the makings of a functional female in terms of structure and the way she travels, her body shape. You study her from the rear, the outward turn to her rib cage and out through her hip, and still balances up and gives a nicer look from the side. And then we have our big heifer out of our last division, a single entry, but one that certainly pushes up here in contention as we get her back out here and study her in terms of how she balances up and holds together. Really comes together nice. She's getting close to calving. You can start to see her drop some udder. But really a high quality set of females out here in this show. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to do it. Let's give these exhibitors one big round of applause here, and I'll go out and select your champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Charolais female, here in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Carter Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois, with Boy Smokin' Monty 200J. Reserve champion in his division was exhibited by Madeline Norvell.
Back over here on the beef builder side, two really interesting heifers, and they're polar opposites in their type and in their kind. I went with the heifer that to me is a little bit more moderate, probably has a little bit more hip shape when I get behind her, probably just is a little bit softer in that rib, especially through the center portion of the rib. I think if we go to talking about sheer muscle and quantity of muscle, I think it gets pretty close. To me, this one's just a little bit softer at the ground, just a little bit softer in the rib, just shows me a little bit more shape and expression whenever I get off on the side profile. The dark heifer that we've got here, you appreciate her in terms of her length of spine, length of body, and length of hip. To me, this one's just a little bit flatter in her rib shape, doesn't have the upper rib shape of the heifer that we started the class out with, just gets a little plainer in that rib, doesn't quite have that sweep to the center portion of her rib cage that the first place heifer did. Two good heifers.
And congratulations, back over here in the Charolais ring, your reserve grand champion, Charolais female, here in our junior show. Congratulations, Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira J180. Again, congratulations to our junior Charolais exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey. We are going to take a brief backdrop break, and we'll get started with your open Charolais show. Well, congratulations back over here in the Beef Builder Percentage Braunvieh ring. Congratulations in Class 34. First place went to back number 2868, Aubrey Pettit, Page, Texas. And second place went to back number 2070, Star Josie Lynn, 26K, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs, Brenham, Texas. Now currently in Ring 1, we have our first division here in your open Beef Builder and Braunvieh show. This will be your junior heifer calf division.
As we get into the Beef Builder first division here, I think we've got some high quality cattle out here that all have some look to them. They've all got some functionality to them. They've all got some softness to their rib and are doable looking kind of cattle. Heifer out of the first class, we talked about how extended she was up through her front end, the way that she lays in neat in her shoulder and she ties in behind that shoulder really nice into a bold rib cage. If we were going to change anything about her, we might like to soften her up right through the center portion of her body, just pull that rib cage down just a little bit and just see her have a little bit more natural sweep. But one that you certainly have to appreciate for a levelness of design and extension up through her front end. The heifer out of the second class, really appreciate her in terms of her softness of design, the boldness of rib, the internal capacity that she has, and just the way that this heifer balances out. She's extremely sleek up through that front end. Her neck ties in high out of her shoulder, comes out really nice and neat, gives her a really nice presented look whenever we get her on the side profile, and she's nice and smooth through her tail head. Is she as long-bodied as some of the other heifers out here? Probably not. And if we were going to change her any, we might like to stretch that hip out just a little bit, just see her just a little bit longer hip, but that's a pretty good one there. The next heifer in line, extremely highly presented heifer. Whoever got this one ready in the back did a nice job. They've also done a nice job at home working that hair, and I think that's to her advantage. She's a big top, big hipped heifer, one that you get behind her, and you certainly appreciate the width and dimension that she has from stifle to stifle and pin to pin. You get her off on the side profile, really a lot of shape and outer turn to that quarter. Now she gets a little bit plainer up through that front end, but she's certainly a big, stout-footed, smooth-moving kind of a heifer that's got some fluidity of movement and flexes off her pasterns whenever she hits the ground the way that she needs to be. Just like to extend her a little bit. The next heifer in line, the smoky-colored heifer that we had out of the last class, I liked her a lot. Big-hipped kind of a heifer that maybe would like to lay that tail head down into her spine just a little bit more. She wants to come up compared to some of the others out of here, just like to see that lay down into her spine just a little bit more, and I think that would give her a more complete look. But a heifer that you get behind her, and she certainly is plenty powerful enough and plenty stout enough at the ground and has a nice look. There's two out here that I really like. I'm going to go out and pick those, and then we'll come back and look at one for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your division champion here in our junior heifer calf division. We'll go to back number 2066, Star Chanel 90K1, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And congratulations, your reserve in that division goes back number 2067, OXO Bricktown Buttercup. Congratulations, Paisley Oxby of Braggs, Oklahoma. We're now bringing Class 35 Beef Builder Winter Heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
Really interesting class over here. The black heifer's the one that I'm going to use to win the class. And I'm going to preface before I even start talking. Is she the soundest one in the class? I don't know, but she does struggle a little bit off those hind two at times, but then at other times she'll want to loosen up and flex up. But when we really get to judging the nuts and bolts of this one, I think she wins the class. She's the biggest bodied, she's the softest made, she's the boldest sprung, she's the most correct in her upper rib shape, she's the biggest hipped, and she's the stoutest footed one in the class. So she's going to win the class, even though we realize that maybe she is a little bit structurally off up through that front end and out of her hip, but I think she's sound enough. The pretty heifer is the heifer that we've got in second. She's really snake fronted. She's really long and trim up through that front end. Extremely long body kind of a heifer that you appreciate the depth of heart that she has, but yet we would like to see her just a little bit deeper in that flank. We'd like to see her just a little bit deeper through the center portion of her body and hold those pins up just a little bit better when we put her in motion. But a heifer that's got a tremendous future in front of her, she just needs to be a little bit longer on feed. The heifer that we're rounding the class out with is not a bad heifer by any means. She's a heifer that's smooth in her shoulder. She lays in really, really nice and neat and lays in flat in that shoulder. That shoulder transitions into that rib cage the way that we'd like to see her. We'd just like to see this one just have a little bit more of her compared to the two in front of her. She wants to get just a little bit weak behind her shoulders. She wants to get a little bit ewe-necked whenever we view her from the side profile. Maybe doesn't quite set those feet down, those rear feet down as square as we'd like to see her when we set her in motion. So really nice class.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results, Class 35. First place, go to back number 2072, STN Miss Elowin, exhibited by Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. Second place went to back number 2074, Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And third place will go to back number 2073, Jackson Smith of Poolville, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 36, Beef Builder Senior Heifer Calves born September to October of 2021. Well, over here in ring 2, we are going to get started with your Class A ROE show. We're excited to have the Charolais breed here with us at the Cattlemen's Congress in Jim Norick Arena. We're going to start with Class 2A. These are late spring heifer calves.
Over here in the beef builder side, this is a really interesting class. I went with the heifer, the more traditionally Braunvieh colored kind of a heifer that to me tremendously deep bodied, a big performance made kind of a heifer, the stoutest footed heifer in the class. I think that where that she excels the black heifer is just in pure soundness in the way that she gets around the ring, and that's the main reason why she's there. The black heifer that we've got in the second hole, when this young lady gets her set, she's the most eye appealing, she's the levelest top, she's the levelest heifer out here. But when we set this one in motion, she is a little bit smaller footed, but she's just not setting that back foot down right. She's limping a little bit on that rear leg, and I just can't put her any higher than second today.
Well, congratulations in Class 36. First place to go to back number 2077. Congratulations, Colt Pittman. And second place to go to back number 2076, Hannah Tennyson. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifer calf. Back over here in ring 2, we are getting started with your Class A ROE show. We're excited to welcome your judge, Mr. Parker Henley of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Parker is currently the livestock judging team coach at OSU. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Parker Henley here to the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, good morning, everyone. It certainly is a pleasure of mine to be here and judge the Charolais cattle today and get to work through a breed that I really enjoy and have some family here to watch as well. And so I'm very much excited. Nice first class to start here, and these are two good heifers that have some trade-offs between them. The young lady in the purple's heifer is just a little bigger ribbed and deeper bodied, and I think, there's trade-offs in their structure. She's a little longer strided, but I think just a nice, fundamental, feminine heifer that's got a lot of rib and body to her. I like the heifer in second and the way she balances up down her top line a little better. She's a touch stronger in behind her shoulder, probably a little higher in her pin bones compared to this heifer that wins the class. Me, though, she comes up a little short in her stride. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bolder about her forerib and her flank, but good kind of a female there. Young man does a great job showing her. Congratulations on your first class.
I'm out to pick our second division champion in the beef builder side. Two really nice heifers out here, and again, they're polar opposites. The black heifer is a more stylish, eye-appealing kind of a heifer, big-hipped, level-made kind of a female. One that we talked about in class, maybe just like to loosen her up in her structure just a little bit, both out of that shoulder and as well as through her hip. But, man, when she gets this one set, you can really see the power and performance in this one. And speaking of power and performance, the heifer out of our second class certainly does that. She's probably one of the biggest footed, stoutest legged ones that we've had in here all day. Does she balance out as nice as some of the others out here? No, but when we talk about just the nuts and bolts of what we're in the cattle business for, I think this one does a nice job of it. She's big ribbed, she's soft metalled, a heifer that gets around the ring with some fluidity, and she's flexible off both ends. Maybe just like to change that hip structure a little bit, extend that front end just a little bit more. So there's a couple out here that I like. I'm going to go out and pick them and congratulate the winners.
Well, back over in the Charolais ring, a nice way to get started with your show. First place in Class 2A will go to back number 4110, CAH Virginia 04K. Congratulations. Bred and owned by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. Second place in that class will go to 4111, OBG Nancy K37, exhibited by Hunter Blakely of Oologah, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 2B, late spring heifer calves. Back in the Braunvieh ring, we have the results of your senior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 2072. Congratulations, Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. And reserve champion, back number 2074, coming out of the same class. Congratulations to Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 39 Beef Builder Late Spring Yearling. Heifers born April of 2021.
Well, just two in the second class of Charolais here, and they're nice cattle. The one up front, to me, has got just a little more strength down her top line, a little more true shape there, and I like the length of side, the length of front end she has there. She's a little cleaner and tidier about her chest and throat. That's why she's going to win. This next effort's a little deeper back into her flank. I appreciate that. Maybe even has a little bigger foot on her. To me, this heifer needs to be just a little bolder and fleshier and more powerful all the way through to go ahead and beat that one. But still a very nice effort to be second. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B here in your Charolais show. First place to go to back number 4116, OBG Pamela K30, exhibited by Hunter Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma. And second place will go to back number 4114, Circle B Clara K064, exhibited by Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 3A here in your Charolais ring. These are early spring heifer calves.
In this division of the Beef Builders show, we've got two heifers out here that are both class winners, and both of them are kind of intriguing. The lighter colored heifer to my right, extremely long fronted, extremely attractive on the profile. You love the way that she ties into that neck shoulder junction, really nice, really flat shouldered kind of a female. You like the lower rib in this heifer. She's got a really nice maternal sweep to that rib, and when we set her in motion, she's certainly sound enough. Is she as big topped and as big in her upper rib shape as the heifer that we have in second? No, she's not, and that's where that she falls a little bit short. She just doesn't quite have that expansiveness of rib that the heifer out of our second class has. This heifer in the second class is extremely big bodied, big top, just burly made. She's got a huge foot on her, and to have as much power and as much foot size as she has, she's still extremely sound. When we set this one in motion, she's really soft in her pastern. She's soft in her hocks. She gets out and she reaches with that front end the way that we like to see one do that, and especially to have as much body and power and mass as she has. Is she as clean fronted and as sleek necked as the one in front of her? No, but I think that she's got a nice maternal look to her, a really, really, really nice cow prospect in this one that's really fluid in her movement and really stout and burly in her makeup. So we've got two really different ones out here. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and then come back and let you know which one's to reserve.
Well, congratulations in your final division here in our Beef Builder show. Your junior champion heifer will go to back number 2080. Congratulations to Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And reserve champion, back number 2078. Congratulations to Harper Jackson. We'll now bring in all of your division champion reserves over here in the Beef Builder ring. And our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion Beef Builder heifer.
Well, a class with a little more size here, and I think pretty good all the way down. The top two heifers to me are somewhat close. I think both these orange or tinted cattle are, really big ribbed and massive, and I like that about them. I think the pair of them, their structure is pretty close to me. Change them in a few spots. I think this heifer that wins just has a little more everywhere today. Does it in a really, really nice balanced look. I think if it's change her, I think she's got a plenty of shoulder for a heifer calf this age, is where I'd like to see her a little smoother and more refined, but a good spot to start there. The next heifer, I like her condition, I like her length of side and her maturity pattern, maybe a little better than the one that wins the class. Like I said, though, I think she needs to reach just a little further up front, maybe be a bit more comfortable out of her hock. And then for that, I don't think she has the same kind of dimension as the one that wins. We get into a really green and neat-looking heifer that's bright white coming next. I like the roundness and the shape she has, the foot size. To me, though, I'd like to set her back in her knee a bit and give her a shot more body to beat those first two. This next heifer is very similar in her outline, heavy bone, level-topped, extended. She's a heifer that gets a little plainer about her head and the top side of her neck, and I'd like to see her just a little looser structured to work up. This heifer here has been fighting the halter the entire time. Honestly, this is the best she's presented herself. She's a very long, clean-fronted heifer, may even be a little cleaner in her joint work than the one ahead of her. She, too, needs a little more body and rib mass. I'd change her a little out of her rump and her hip as well, but she's finally starting to show herself off there. Congratulations. The next heifer here is very angular and feminine and refined. Appreciate that in her. This heifer, to me, just needs more mass all the way through, especially in her heart and her flank there, but you're doing a nice job with her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlotte ring. First place in that class goes to back number 4128. FFF Snowflake 2227, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by back number 4122, also exhibited by Camden Filippo. Third place went to Lily Williams. Fourth place in that class, McKenna Mitchell. Fifth place exhibited by Madison Ashcraft. And sixth place exhibited by Tana Grigg. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in class 3B.
Well, we've got our division champions out here in the Beef Builder division of the Braunvieh show, and I'm certainly pleased with all three of my class winners and the seconds as well. I think they've all got some high quality to them. I think that they've got some body to them. I think that they've got some flexibility to them. When we set them in motion for the most part, and we talked about them in class, we talked about how elegant the little heifer was down on to my far right out of that first division, and how neat and attractive she was up through her head and neck, and how that she laid in and laid into a really nice level top and a square hip, and still has some muscle and some shape to go along with that look and the rib shape that she has. I think this one's really, really nice. The heifer in the second is the one that probably is the outlier of these. She's really, really, really nice on the standstill. She's long fronted, she's big ribs, she's big hips, she's got some shaping out her turn to that quarter. When we set her in motion is where that this one kind of pulls back. She's a little straight up through that front end. She's a little stiff out of her hip, just doesn't flow as well as the ones on either side of her does. But man, you're talking about one that is put together nice on the stop. This one is. She's really, really elegant, really, really attractive. Then the big tiger striped heifer to my left is one that's just massive. She's big bodied, she's big top, she's huge ribbed. She's got plenty of muscle whenever you get behind her. She's got a ton of width and dimension from stifle to stifle and pin to pin, and a big foot. This one just gets a little plain. She gets a little heavier chested compared to the others, maybe just a little bit shorter fronted, and carries a little bit more leather up through that neck than some of the others out here. But this one is one that when we set her in motion, we really like her in terms of her muscle and the way that she puts that muscle to the ground and the way that she flows out on the move. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today, and then come back and analyze them again for reserve. Let's give this division a huge round of applause. Really nice set of cattle. as we begin to look at these for reserve, and we bring our reserve calf champion out and begin to analyze it. We talked about this one in division, just how stout and burly and big-footed and sound it was. We knocked this one a little bit because she was a little bit plainer fronted compared to our champion heifer, but this one is one that you really, really like in terms of the muscle shape, the muscle dimension, the way that she moves around the ring, puts all that stuff together, and the reserve calf will be my reserve grand.
Well, congratulations in your open Beef Builder show. Our grand champion Beef Builder heifer goes to back number 2066. Congratulations to the Star Ranch of Weatherford, Texas, with Star Chanel 90K1. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 2067. Congratulations to Paisley Oxtoby of Braggs, Oklahoma, with OXO Bricktown Buttercup. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to go into your Beef Builder Braunvieh Bull Show. We'll look for Class 45 Beef Builder Late Spring Bull Calves.
Well, this is a really good class here, and we're getting into some good stuff. This young man has got a heifer that's going to win, and I think that has some really unique parts to her. I think Charolais with that big of feet, that looseness of structure to their lower joints are really, really nice breeding pieces, and then have that kind of body and just thickness that she has all the way through, I think it is really nice. Specifically, though, what stands out, just got those big round hooves on her, and just sets down so comfortably there. This heifer is a little plainer necked, and will she ever be the sleekest necked big bred show heifer? Probably not, but there's a lot of very nice things in that specific female. Now, there's nothing to take away from this one, and I do think they're somewhat close, and I like this heifer a lot that's in second here, specifically when she stopped right here. I think she's got some neat things in terms of balance and eye appeal. She's a little longer and cleaner fronted. She's really correct out of her hip in pin setting there, and still has a lot of substance and mass to her. To me, though, she labors a little out of her front end when she goes and gets a little weaker right in behind her shoulder. Because of those little structured things, I'm not willing to beat that one with the extra foot size and mass there. But that's a good-looking one that's sure got a bright future. I thought the next couple were close. This heifer here is a really feminine, angular type of a heifer that's straight in her lines, smooth in her shoulder. I think she has an advantage over the next one, and just her shoulder build, her front feet placement, her smoothness, all of those things there, and that's why I gave her the edge. Now, she doesn't have quite the body or the length of stride of those first two, but still nice heifer. This next heifer has a lot to her. She is big and stout and heavy muscled. To me, in this age class, I think she reads a little bigger in her kind and a little coarser everywhere. I'd like to just see her a little smoother shouldered, a little more youthful and more feminine, tidier up in her navel as well. But boy, there's a lot of cow there. Congratulations to you. This little heifer that's going to round out the class is feminine, refined, maybe as sound structured as any of them. I appreciate that. But boy, she reads a little flatter in her full rib and a little narrower constructed. Congratulations to everybody in that class, though, on nice females.
Over on the Beef Builder side, we start our Beef Builder Bull Show, and here's one that's really, really green in his condition, and I think that as this calf matures and lays on fat the way that he should, he's going to be a lot better presented kind of a calf. When you really get to study him, though, he's balanced out pretty nicely whenever we look at him from his front 1/3 to his rear 1/3. Maybe just like to bring those pins up a little bit, but man, for one to be as skinny as he is, he's certainly got plenty of muscle to him and plenty of top shape to him. Nice bull calf to start the show.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. The results of Class 3B. First place and congratulations to Case Conley, Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira 246K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Peyton Gall with TLAC Miss Sierra 9913K. Third place in that class exhibited by Cinch Dowling, Fairgrove, Missouri. Fourth place went to back number 4133, Brantley Went. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 4132, Claire Williams. Now in ring 2, we have Class 3C, early spring heifer calves. Back over in ring 1, results of your first class of Beef Builder Braunvieh bulls. First place went to back number 2082, Mr. 4S Striker, exhibited by Grace Sakinski of College Station, Texas. Class in the ring now is Class 46, Beef Builder Early Spring Bull Calves, born March of 2022.
Only a single entry in this class, but here is a rugged dude, big-footed, big-legged, burly-made kind of a calf that puts a lot of things together that you like in terms of foot size and bone circumference, and you get him from behind, and he's certainly wide and has a lot of shape and expression from that quarter. Maybe just like to smooth him up through that shoulder just a little bit, just bring that in, where that it just ties in a little bit neater and a little bit flatter from that forerib into that shoulder and into the neck. But man, you're talking about a long neck, big footed, stout made one. This is one for you.
Well, congratulations in Class 46. First place goes to back number 2084, JAMS Platinum Pimp, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Now in the ring will be Class 47. This will be your final class in this division.
Well, this is a nice class. Charlay's here, and I think there's a lot of give and take all the way down through them. And to me, these first three heifers all have a lot of trade-offs specifically. I'm going to use this heifer to win, and she's got a few little things that I want to change, but, you start at the ground, she's really, really heavy boned and maybe a little bigger footed and stouter featured than the one directly behind her. I think this heifer, when she's parked, gives you an incredible look of balance from the profile. Her neck sets really high up there, her body depth is good, she's really level and long out of her hip, and the set to her hind leg's good. Where I get a little critical of this one is when I get to this view, and just study the shape she comes out of her shoulder with. I'd like to see her a little bolder, a little thicker, and a little stronger in there. And then in motion, just want to see her reach a little more out of her front end, but I think the look of balance from the side, and that one's what wins out. This heifer in second is moderate and awesome bodied. I love the rib shape she has, the brood cow look to her. To me, she's just a touch plainer fronted than that one ahead of her, and I'd like to just change her tail head setting and her pin bone setting ever so slightly there as well, but a very good heifer that I think pushes that one that wins quite a bit. This next heifer is quite a bit greener, but I think she's equally as good in terms of her quality. Her lines, her angles, her structure is arguably as good as anything. To me, she's just a touch plainer at the top of her forehead and her nose, and then I'd like to tone her down a little in her tail head as well, but those first two are just pretty stout to win or be first and second. The fourth heifer here is a little bigger, longer, and stout than the one directly ahead of her. To me, though, that comes with a little bit of a plainer, more mature front end. I'd like to just moderate her and make her a little neater up front. I thought this next heifer was the soundest of the remaining three, and that's why she got pulled out. To beat the one ahead of her, she needs to be bigger ribbed and deeper bodied, though. The next heifer is clean fronted and muscular in her shape. She's a little tighter structured, a little shallower back into her flank. And then the heifer that's going to round out the group, she's moderate and thick. She's a heifer that needs to be a little more refined in her toes, maybe just a little deeper back into her flank as well. Congratulations to you, though.
Undoubtedly the toughest class that I've had all day in the Beef Builder show, and I think it's you just get down to picking pieces and parts of these two. The white calf I'm going to use to win this class, I think, is longer fronted. He's longer from nose to the point of that shoulder. I think he's more elegant up through his front end. I think he's more attractive up through that front end. I think that he holds his hip placement together a little bit better whenever we put him on the move. I think that he brings those pins up a little more. He's more ideal in his tail head set when we set him in motion. I think that is where that he beats the second place calf, is just in that hip placement and just as far as how attractive and long-bodied and long from the point of that nose to the tip of that tail as this guy is, and he's extremely sound when we put him in motion. The guy that we've got here in the second hole is undoubtedly the bigger hip, fuller hipped kind of a calf that you get behind him, and you're just wowed by how much just sheer width and dimension he has. He gets a little bit plainer up through his front end, but to me, this is where this calf gets beat. When we set him in motion, he drops those pins, he gets his feet behind him, just doesn't quite handle that hip and hind leg as well as the first place calf did. Really, really good stout set of calves.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Charlet ring, the results of Class 3C. First place went to back number 4138, Sarah Sullivan, with LMAN Miss Shelley 251K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin. Third place went to Cooper Dorn. Fourth place was exhibited by Cole Harris. Fifth place went to Neely Davis. And sixth place in that class went to Mason Field. Back over in the Beef Builder ring, results of Class 47. First place went to back number 2086, Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. And second place went to back number 2087, Aiden Wolken. We now have all of your class winners and seconds out here in the ring. Our judge will select his junior calf champion.
look at the division champion and our beef builder bulls, bull calf out of the first class, we talked about him. He's just green right now. He's just skinny and green and needs a little bit more time on feed. But for the amount of cover that he's got on him, he's got some muscle top shape and he's got some hip shape to him. Just needs a little bit more time on feed. Calf out of the second class, we liked him in terms of his ruggedness of design, his stoutness of foot, the depth of body that he had. To me, if I was going to change this calf any at all, I'd like to bring that tail head down into that pelvis a little bit more, just like to suck that down, make him a little bit more ideal in that hip shape. Then the two out of the last class, we talked about those, the bull calf that won that class, really long and extended about that head and neck, really long from the point of his nose to the hip, really nice in terms of his movement whenever we set him in motion. I think these two are so close, we're going to use this one for division champion and come back with the second for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your junior calf champion over here in the Beef Builder Bull Show. We'll go to back number 2086. Jams on time. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. And reserve champion, we'll go to back number 2087. Congratulations to Aiden Wolkin. We'll now bring in your final class here in our Beef Builder Bulls show. This will be class 53, Beef Builder Junior Yearling Bulls.
Well, this first calf division is very good, and you know, there's several good cattle. The last time I got to judge a Charlet show, I had all the calves from you know, June's to January's in one division. So I'm glad there's two divisions here. In this first division, you know, these first three heifers, they all won their class, and I like lots of parts of each of them. All right, but to me, it comes down to the two out of the last two classes and their respective seconds behind them. I think are really nice as well. There's just a few differences. I'll just be brief in that. I think the heifer out of the fourth class, or the second from the back, she's probably the soundest structured one. That's the stoutest still of this entire lineup. Now, she's not the best balanced and looking. That would be the heifer out of the last class. That heifer is really just angular and well balanced and feminine, has an awesome look from the side. She's probably a little narrower constructed, maybe just not as flexible as that first one. So there's trade-offs. You're going to go with a little stouter one or a little better looking one. I think you can pick your which way you want to go there. You know, to me, I think they're both exceptionally good cattle here that have a lot of good parts to them. You know, to me, I always break ties on things like this, on feet and leg structure. That's why I'm going to use this heifer out of Class 4 to win this division. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations, your division champion will go to back number 4134, Belle Elvira, 246K. Congratulations, Case Conley.
Another real good heifer comes in the lineup there that's thick and stout and powerful, but I still like a lot of things in this heifer out of Class 5. She's going to be a reserve champion.
And congratulations, reserve in that division. We'll go to back number 4138, LMAN Miss Shelley, 251K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan.
In our Beef Builder Bulls show, this will be the last class of our Beef Builder Bulls. And here's a big, soft-made kind of a bull that's got some functionality to him. He's flexible off both ends. Maybe just doesn't quite balance out as some of the other bulls that we've had out here. But when we look at one from just a muscle standpoint, from a rib shape standpoint, we like some things about him. Just maybe like to see him just balance out a little bit better, just be a little bit neater through that shoulder. as we go to pick our beef builder champion out here, and we get all of our divisions out here and reserve and our one reserve division, I think that there's some commonalities between these guys. They're all sound, they're all functional about their feet and leg. They can all get out and make some tracks and should be able to cover cows as we get older. So then it makes it pretty fun for me in separating the little differences between them. We talked about the light colored calf and just how attractive he was up through his front end and how he put a lot of things that we like together in a really unique kind of a way. Is he a little open in his shoulder? Sure he is. Maybe just like to neaten him up and make him just a little bit more attractive there. But for a calf that has no more fat on him than what he's got, certainly got some rib shape, certainly got some muscle shape, and he's super, super sound on his feet and legs. Big bull calf out of the last division is one that's really soft in his makeup. He appears to be an easy fleshing kind of a calf, one that's got some natural heart to him. Just like to see him just balance out a little bit better. Gets a little heavy fronted for me. Maybe just like to smooth him out just a little bit through that front end, but certainly a sound calf that's got some muscle. And then our reserve, we'll talk about him a little bit because that division was so close. Big hip, probably the most powerfully hipped calf that we've had in the ring all day. One that's really full and opened up in his pins, and you get behind him, he's got a big top on him. He just wants to drop his pins a little more than what I'd like to see when we set him in motion, but when he stopped, he looks really good. I'm going to go out and pick the two that I like the best today. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Beef Builder ring. Your grand champion Beef Builder Bull goes to back number 2086. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz with Jams on Time. And reserve champion coming out of that same division. Congratulations, 2087 WCCR Rock the Look 2502. Congratulations, Aiden Wolkin. We will now get started over here in ring one with your full-blood and purebred Braunvieh heifer show.
Well, just three in this Charolais class, and there's a lot of different shapes and sizes and kinds. This heifer that probably gives up the most performance is going to win the class, but I think even though she's the most feminine, the most correct in her feet and leg structure, and that's why she's going to win here. I appreciate just her size, her maturity curve, the look up front she has. Maybe she is just a touch short striding off her rear too, but I think she still has an advantage compared to the next pair. The next heifer is the big, growthy, stout, thick, powerful one. It's got a lot to her. To me, though, at this stage, I'd like to see her just a little more youthful, a little tighter in her shoulder and her front end, and change her a little bit out of her structure as well. This next yellow heifer is similar in her kind. She's long-sided, she's muscular, she's shapely. She's a heifer, though, that gets a little tight in her top, rounds a little out of her hip there, but still, good kind of cattle to be third. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 4A. First place over here in the Charolais ring will go to back number 4150 WH Atlee 217 PLD. Congratulations to Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second place went to Micah Joe Brumley of Rush Springs, Oklahoma with FFF Watts Ellie 2210. And third place will go to Aces Wild Ranch LLC in Weatherford, Texas.
as we start our purebred Braunvieh show over here. Really, really nice heifer to win this class. Dark heifer, when she hit the ring, she won it. Not only did she win it on her soundness, she won it on the balance standpoint, she wins it on a muscle standpoint, she wins it on a softness standpoint. Now, would we clean up her front end in an ideal world? Yes, but I think she's still got a feminine enough look to her to go along with all those really, really nice pieces and parts. The most logical thing is to put the young lady's heifer here in second. She's the second big bodied one. She's the second best moving one. She's probably in terms of muscle per pound, pounds of muscle per pound of body weight, should probably be the heaviest muscled heifer in the class when we look at that. Probably one of the more neat fronted ones. To me, compared to the first place heifer, this one wants to get just a little bit down in her pins, wants to roll off in that pin a little more than what I would like to see, but certainly a nice heifer. And I think the next two gets kind of close. I went with the young lady in the blue vest heifer, just from a standpoint. I think that she's just a little smoother out of that shoulder. I think that she transitions from that shoulder into her rib. I think she's a little better through that neck shoulder junction than the heifer that we're going to round the class out with. Not a bad heifer by any means. She's given this young man a handful. One that's extremely attractive up through her front end, really long and angular about her neck. Probably one of the more feminine fronted heifers that we've got. She just doesn't hold herself together as well when she gets on the move. Wants to bring that top up a little more than what I'd like to see. Wants to roll off the hip a little more.
Well, a good class here at January's as we get towards the end of this second calf division. Quality all the way down. I knew I was really going to enjoy it and have a lot of fun and out here. I'm going to just tell you, I think this heifer right here that wins this class fires me up as a Charolais breeder. It's exciting to me to know that we can breed cattle to look like that. I think that one is flat out good and does a lot of things that I like, to have that kind of body, that size, that levelness and length to her rump. That heifer does a lot of things right. Congratulations to you. Now this heifer in second is one that's extra heavy boned and thick and square and massive. I think she's one that's got a bright future as she softens and comes into herself. I think she's still well balanced and good enough in her structure. Compared to that one that wins, she's not just as striking, as smooth, and as angular, but I would not count this one out long term because I think there's a lot of good parts and pieces there. This red tinged heifer here is kind of a big, deep, angular type of a heifer. You know, that still gets out and travels plenty good. You know, I'd like to change this heifer a little down her top line and set her tail head into her a bit more, but I do think she's got an advantage in terms of smoothness, length of stride, maybe over the next heifer, but good kind of cattle there. This heifer coming next is the big, growthy, thick, powerful heifer of the bunch. You know, she comes in a little coarser package than I like. Just tone her down in her shoulder and her tail head a bit, lengthen her out in her stride, but good, powerful, thick-made cattle there. This next heifer coming next is really smooth and angular and moderate in her kind. Appreciate her length of stride, her angularity. You know, this heifer is a little plainer about her front end. She drops out of her pins a bit and needs a little more substance to beat those two ahead of her. The growthy, extended heifer is next here that's really late maturing and long fronted. Appreciate that. She's a heifer that is a little frailer in her foot and her bone work. I'd like to set her down in her tail head, but when she stops, she gives you a great look there. This yellow tinged heifer coming next is more moderate, and she's definitely thicker and heavier bone. To me, I'd like to see this heifer a little better up out of her front end, change her a little out of her hip and her hind leg as well, but still moderate and thick, powerful heifer to be round out the class. Congratulations to y'all.
Well, congratulations. Back over in Ring 1, results of your first class of purebred Braunvieh females. First place to go to back number 2093, Praz Miss Phoenix 76K. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Second place went to back number 2092, Shelby Prazik. Third place, congratulations, Samantha Molman. In fourth place goes to Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now in the ring, we have Class 2, purebred late spring heifer calves. Back over in the Charolais ring, we have the results of Class 4B. First place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second place in that class, Lee Borklin. Third place, Abigail Peck. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Megan Johnson. Fifth place, Corbin Hunt. Sixth place was exhibited by Madison Ashcraft. And seventh, Delane Hughes. Now currently in ring 2, our judge will be selecting his champion reserve here in your junior calf division.
Another very good division. So my compliments to all the breeders here of these cattle. They're fantastic, exceptional animals. I probably tipped my hand a little bit in that last class there. The heifer out of the first class is really nice, and she's a moderate, just sound, good-shaped heifer. We'll talk just in a minute, but to me, this heifer out of the second class is what I think Charolais heifer calf should look like at this stage of the game, and does it just with some extra bells and whistles. This is a very, very good female. Congratulations on your division champion.
As we're over here on the Braunvieh side, I think that we've got some give and takes in here. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class is the most expressively muscled heifer. She's one of the stouter footed heifers, and she's one of the sounder heifers out here. When we set this one in motion, we like the way that she flexes off both ends. Yeah, she could hold her top together just a little bit better on the move, but when we look at her in terms of balance and structure and muscle shape and dimension and just pure stoutness, I think that she wins, even though that she gives up the performance advantage to the second place heifer. Second place heifer is definitely a longer bodied, longer hipped, higher performing kind of a heifer, but when we really get to analyzing her, she gets a little flatter in her rib shape, she gets a little shallower up through that heart, she gets a little flatter in that muscle than what we would like to see, but really, really, really nice, attractive kind of a heifer. Then around the class out with, not a bad heifer by any means, a heifer that's got some width and dimension to her. When we get on top of her, she's got a big old top to her. She just doesn't quite put it together structurally. She's a little straight up through that shoulder. She gets a little over in her knee, and she wants to drop in those pins more than what I'd like to see.
Well, it is a little closer for reserve, and so I had to go ahead and get that one picked and look between the second and the first class winner there. These two cattle are very, very nice, and I like the both of them. They're just appropriate sized, good bodied cattle that have some quality and some eye appeal to them. And so, I think it is close. I keep coming back. There's one of them that intrigues me long term that I'd want to have for our family. And just the way she's put together, that's this heifer that was second to our champion. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in this division here in the Charolais ring. Your champion exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boyd Kelly 438K. And reserve champion in that class was exhibited by Lee Borkland with Sally 2003 KET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now go into your next class here in the Charolais ring. This will be your senior calf division, Class 6A. Back over in the Braunvieh ring. Results of Class 2, first place went to Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. Second place also to Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Beth, K312. And third place in that class go to back number 2096, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now in ring 1 is Class 3, purebred early spring heifer calves born March of 2022.
probably the easiest class that I've had all day. The young lady in the salmon-colored tops heifer is just really, really nice. She's big-bellied, she's soft-made, she's big-hipped, and when we set her in motion, she sets that big old paw down with some authority, and she flexes the way that she needs to out of that shoulder and out of that hip and hind leg, and she still does it in a neat, attractive kind of way. Really like the way that this heifer lays into her shoulder. Maybe clean up a little bit of that extra leather up through her front end, and this one would be deadly. The next heifer in line, not a bad heifer by any means, would have won some earlier classes just on sheer structural soundness alone. This one is really attractive, really neat. A lot of the same things that we say about the first place heifer, just not as much to her. We get on both ends of her. She gets a little bit more narrow. She gets a little bit more flatter in her kind. She gets a little bit flatter and more narrow in her rib shape too. Two really nice heifers.
Congratulations in Class 3. First place will go to 2100 RMK Ace of Hearts 353K. Congratulations, Rylan Kimball of Montrose, Colorado. Second place went to Riley Flowers, Whitesboro, Texas, with Alexander L7 Cotton Ginger. We'll now bring in Class 4. This will be purebred junior heifer calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, just 3 in this class, and I think 2 and 3 a little closer. This heifer needs to win the class, though, and she's really neat-fronted. She's still pretty thick and powerful and has some growth and substance to her. Appreciate that. Young man does a nice job getting her to look really good from the profile here. Tuck her down just a little in her tail head, but very nice heifer. The next pair are close. I thought this heifer that's going to be second, I like her size and I like her hind leg a little better than the 1 and 3. If she's going to win the class, though, she needs to be a little thicker and more massive. This heifer in third is growthier and more extended. Appreciate that. Has a little more rib and body. I need to change this one out of her rump and her hind leg as well there just to move up in the class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charlotte ring in Class 6A. First place, so get it back number 4168, WIA Miss Firefly 198 PET, exhibited by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Second place went to back number 4165, bred and owned by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to back number 4170, F5 Miss Frankie 137 ET PLD. Congratulations to Kyler Field of Telephone, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 6B. This will be your final class in this division.
Well, we'll just talk about this single entry here and then view for champion. Big, deep, easy flushing, powerful brood cow prospect here that's going to win their single entry class. We'll talk about her a little more when we get the other one out here, a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 6B. First place, so go to Kylan Oaks with MJ Miss Polly 118 PET. We're now going to bring your first and seconds in, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior calf.
Well, a very nice division of falls here, and we got two class winners. The Grand and Reserve are going to come out of those two, so nothing to take away from that gentleman in the back here. But we got a pair of heifers that are close, but they're very different from one another. The heifer up front's the good-looking one. The heifer in the back's the probably soggy or deeper one. They're both sound. They're both powerful cattle, and I think they represent good kinds, and so you just got to prioritize what you want to here. When I just step off of them over here on the rail and look at which one catches my attention the quickest, it's the young man's out of Class 1. She'll be our champion, and we're going to follow it up with the young lady out of Class 2.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in that division, back number 4168. Congratulations to Lucas Crutcher. And reserve champion to go to back number 4173. Congratulations to Kylan Oaks. We'll now bring in your first class in the next division. This will be Class 7.
Pretty nice Charlet single entry here in the August class. Again, represents a lot of things we like. She's heavy bone, she's thick, she's powerful, and she has some rib and body to her as well. Probably you'll see some that are a little sleeker from the side and maybe a little more angular everywhere. But I think, even though she does a lot of things very nice, good kind of heifer to win. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 7. First place to go to back number 4174. ECP Nancy Carbon 2112 TW. Congratulations, Addison Pendley. We're now going to bring in Class 8. This will be your final class in our intermediate division.
Well, as we get into these older heifers here, it's going to be good, and there's just 2 in this class, but they're both very good kinds of cattle. In this May class, though, this heifer that wins, I think, is very nice. Talk about just balance and proportions. I think this one does that extremely well. She is so good looking. She's fresh at this stage of the game. Yet she's still very, very powerful when you get in behind her there. I like a lot of things in her, and you know, the only reservation I have is when she gets out and goes, she's just a little hesitant, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with her structure necessarily in terms of the angles of it. I just wish she'd just go a little bit, and that's where I just lengthen her out in her stride, but past that, that's an awesome looking, awesome presented heifer that's very thick and powerful. Good job, young man. This heifer here, I really appreciate this young man's got her bred up early as a May, and I appreciate that. She's heavy boned, she's moderate, she's thick. Good things there for sure. You know, compared to the one that wins, you know, she works up a little in her top line and rounds a little out of her rump, but very good cattle here. You've done a nice job with her. I think she'll make an awesome brood cow.
Well, congratulations in that last class here in the Charolais ring. First place, we'll go to back number 4178, PL Lady Wilma. Congratulations, Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison, Iowa. In second place, we'll go to back number 4176. Congratulations to Cinch Dowling. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select an intermediate champion reserve.
We certainly had a fun class over here on the Braunvieh side, and I think these 2, you could argue these 2 either way. I'm going to sort them on structural soundness and integrity, and that's where that I'm going to put them. The young lady's heifer to my far right in the blue top, love her rib shape, love her balance, moves out of the ring. The soundest heifer in the class, extremely fluid off both ends, big-bodied and attractive female, so she wins. The heifer that we've got in second, she's kind of the albatross of the bunch. She's the biggest topped. She's the most attractive heifer in the class. She's the fullest hip. She's the most expressively muscled heifer in the class, but she gets restricted whenever we get her on the move. She gets a little choppier in her stride. She gets a little tight out of her hip, but quality alone gets her into the second hole. I think that the next 2 get really close, and I think that they're really similar in type and in kind. I think that the heifer that we've got in the third hole holds herself together just a little bit better, both on the standstill and on the move. I think that she's a little bit better hipped whenever we view her in terms of pin set. I think that she's a little bit wider whenever we get behind her. I think that the heifer that we've got in the next hole here is certainly one of the softer made, most attractive heifers in the class, and that got her to this position. She's so long fronted, she's so neat shouldered, she lays in nice and smooth. She transitions so well with a really flat shoulder into a really nice open rib shape. To me, this heifer just gets a little bit narrow whenever we get behind her. She gets a little more refined in her bone work, just not enough of her. But man, you're talking about one that's really, really neat, really, really attractive, and sound enough on the move. You like this one a lot. The next heifers in line, they just start to get a little plain. They start to get a little bit chuffier fronted. They get a little bit shorter necked. The heifer that the young man's got here is a big bellied, broody made kind of a heifer that looks like she's going to make a really nice cow. She just doesn't balance out as nicely as the heifers in front of her. She gets a little bit heavier through that shoulder. She gets a little bit chubbier fronted, just not quite the balance. The next heifer in line is one that you do appreciate in terms of the eye appeal and just sheer silhouette that she gives you from a top line standpoint and from a levelness standpoint. This one just needs more body. She needs to be on feet a little bit longer. I think this one down the road when we project her out is going to make a really, really, really good one. She just needs more time, just not enough rib shape there. The next heifer in line, probably one of the higher performing heifers that we had in the class. Big, growthy, stout-made, big-footed kind of a heifer. This heifer just doesn't move good enough for me today. She wants to get underneath herself when we set her in motion, wants to pull that top up and drop those pins. Just not good enough on those wheels to get any higher. The next heifer in line here that the young man's got, another one that like the same can be said. She's big-bellied, she's big-ribbed, she just wants to get underneath herself a little bit on the move. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with just gets a little bit plainer fronted, she gets a little bit straighter fronted, she's just not quite the angle to that shoulder that we like, not quite as smooth through that front end. Really, really good class of heifers.
All right, nice division here. Just 3 of them. young lady, you got a nice heifer, but them pair out of the second class are pretty stout. And this one that wins is extra good. Congratulations to you guys on Grand and Reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Charlet ring. Your intermediate champion will go to back number 4178. Congratulations to Owen Weisinger. And the reserve champion goes to back number 4176. Congratulations. Bred and owned by Cinch Dowling, Fairgrove, Missouri. We're now going to bring in your first class in the next division. This will be Class 9. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, results of Class 4 first place. Congratulations to Big Blue Braunvieh of DeWitt, Nebraska, with Miss BBB 2232. Second place in that class, exhibited also by Big Blue Braunvieh with Miss BBB 2218. Third place was exhibited by Rafter K. Braunvieh of Memphis, Texas. Fourth place goes to back number 2109. Fifth place in that class, back number 2112. Sixth place, 2108. Seventh place in that class will go to back number 2111. Eighth place, 2107. And ninth place will go to 2103. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion and reserve junior calf.
Really, really nice division that we had out here in our Braunvieh show. And starting with the calf to my far right, we loved the performance. We loved the look of this one. We loved the rib shape and the muscle that this one possessed. When we got behind her, we talked about just how much sheer width and dimension this one had to go along with the rib shape. We'd like to clean her up a little bit on her front end, make her more extended about that head and neck. But whenever you talk about the meat and potatoes of one, this one certainly gets it. The heifer out of the second class is one that we really liked on the standstill. She's uniformly deep from her forerib back to her flank, but yet she still opened up enough in that rib. When we get on top of her, we like the muscle shape and dimension that she had compared to the other heifer in class. This one just gives up a little bit in terms of size and scale and performance, especially to the heifers on front of her, and that was second in her class. The next heifer in line, we really, really like the squareness of design, the levelness of top, the sheer elegance of the way that the hip shape in this one is, and the way that she comes together when she's on the move. Really nice heifer. Now, if we're going to criticize this one any at all, maybe like to clean just a little bit up underneath that chin just a little bit, maybe drop just the center portion of that rib just ever so slightly. But here's one that's big-footed and burly and moves out the ring and still has a neat enough look to her. Then the last class that we were in, I thought that the two heifers in this class were extremely close but yet different. This heifer is one that's really elegant in her design. You love the silhouette that this one projects when the young lady gets her stopped. She's long enough fronted, but she's got a nice maternal look to her. She's got a nice level top in her, probably one of the better hip sounder moving heifers that we have out here compared to one or two of the others out here. Maybe not quite as big boned and stout footed, but I think that she's adequate in that standpoint. So I think that we've got four really good heifers to select a champion from. Then we'll step back, we'll take another look at them and go for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in that division over here in the Braunvieh ring. We'll go to back number 2102. Congratulations, Big Blue Braunvieh with Miss BBB 2232. And congratulations, your reserve in that division will go to back number 2093, Prasmus Phoenix, 76K. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas. We're now going to get started with your next class here in the Braunvieh Show. This will be Class 5 winter heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
All right. Well, good class of these older heifer Aprils here, and I think solid cattle all the way down. These first two heifers, I think, offer a lot of good. I think this heifer that wins, though, I appreciate just how her shoulders laid into her feet shape, and her length of stride compared to the one in second. I love this heifer's just length of side, her body type, her frame size. Everything kind of fits together really nicely there. I think there'll be maybe some more extreme ones in some areas that we'll see, but she's just very basic, very fundamental, good kind of a brood cow. The heifer in second, there are times I really like her a lot when she stopped here. She's long-necked. She's still fresh about her front end. Her chest sets up in her nice. Her lines look really, really good. To me, a couple things. I'd change her in her feet is where I probably had my biggest holdup. She reads a little longer and open in her I guess a little shallower in her heel, and just maybe doesn't travel out of her front end as nicely there. But that's just telling you why I beat her there. That's still a very, very good heifer that's long and clean fronted and well balanced. I think she's got more to her than the heifer in third. This heifer in third, though, is similar in the regards of being really neat up front, really angular, very attractive. I wish this heifer was a little thicker and more powerful from behind. She flattens up. I'd like to tuck her tail head down into her as well there, but still good heifer. We get into a bigger rib type of a heifer here. Appreciate her softness of structure. She hit me just a little plainer up front, maybe not as striking as the one ahead of her. Then we're going to round out the group with a hairy, kind of neat, sharp-fronted type of a heifer that's big boned. This heifer to me gets a little coarse in her joint work. She's not just as true and genuine in her body and mass from behind either. Congratulations to everybody there on a nice class.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place to go to back number 4187, SLIK Mary 151. Congratulations, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place in that class, back number 4188. Congratulations, Maddie Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Third place goes to back number 4183, Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Fourth place went to back number 4186, Huck Plyler of Hope, Arkansas. In fifth place in that class, go to back number 4181, Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. Now in ring 2, we're bringing Class 10.
Really good class over here on the Braunvieh side, and a lot of pieces and parts that you can pull what you like from. The heifer that I'm going to start the class out with, it wins on structure alone. When we set this one in motion, she really reaches out with a nice soft foot. She's got the right set to her pasterns. She's got the right set to her hocks. She's got some muscle to her. When we get behind her, she's burly enough in her leg structure and stout enough when we get her on the side profile, and probably the softest made one that we have out here. So she wins the class. I think the next two get kind of close. I really like them in terms of their silhouette, in terms of the design of their hip, in terms of the levelness of design. To me, both of these two, the next two in line, just get a little too shallow for me. I'd like to drop that rib, soften them up, just see a little bit more shape and boldness of rib, especially in that upper rib shape, and drop them in the center portion of that rib. Now, taking that in consideration, this heifer is the second soundest heifer in the class. She's the second best hipped heifer in the class and one of the longer body heifers in the class. She falls in the second hole. Then the heifer that we've got in the third hole is the pretty heifer of the class. She's kind of the albatross. She's the one that stands out. She's different, but she's too narrow for me to move any higher up. We love this heifer in terms of her levelness of design and straightness. When this young man gets this heifer stopped and that back leg behind her, she is super, super cool to look at. There's just not enough to her. We'd like to blow her apart from her rib. We'd like to blow her apart in that chest floor, just see her expand it out a little bit more. Give the fitters in the back credit. They did a really nice job getting this one ready. The next one in line is one that is a little bit softer. She is a little bit deeper. This one just wants to fall off on both ends. She wants to get a little down-headed. She wants to roll in that hip a little more than what I'd like to see. You appreciate her in terms of her softness, in terms of her muscle. She just doesn't quite balance out as good. The next heifer in line is one that I had trouble with on where to put her. You have to appreciate this female for her boldness of rib, for her openness of design, the muscle that she has. This one just don't move good enough. She's straight in that scapula. She's really upright. She wants to get over in her knee, and then she doesn't want to pack herself out correctly off of those hind wheels, just gets too short striding. A lot the same thing can be said about the black heifer. The only difference between these two is black heifer just doesn't have as much power as the heifer in front of her. This heifer just needs to be freed up on both ends, loosened up in her structure.
Congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring. Class 5 first place. So go to back number 2113. Exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Second place. Congratulations also to Shelby with Praz Miss Atlas 66 JET. Third place. Exhibited by Aiden Wilkin. Fourth place went to Rowdy Jack Etchison. Fifth place in that class. Congratulations Shelby Prazik. And sixth place will go to Coy Pittman. Now in the ring is Class 6. These will be senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021.
Well, a good class here. There's several really nice cattle throughout. This heifer that wins, I think, just puts a lot of things together pretty nicely. She's pretty sound. She's pretty big-bodied and has plenty to her and still has a nice look from the side. I think specifically compared to two, I'm just more acceptable there on length of stride, especially out of her front end there. But good heifer. This one in second, when she stopped right here, boy, this looks like one that could win the entire show. She just maybe not moving good enough for me, and that's where I get a little critical of her. I need to just let her reach out of her front end a little more and just loosen her up a bit. But big-time parts and features there, and a very, very good heifer. This next one is moderate, big-ribbed, and pretty cowy in her kind. She's a heifer that is just a little plainer than those first two, but I appreciate just her fundamentals she has there. The next heifer is very similar, and I actually thought this was the closest pair of the bunch. Big-ribbed and thick and muscular here. You know, this heifer's got a little too much up front. She gets a little piecier when you step out to the side of her. This yellower tinged heifer, when she stops, she's very angular in her lines, very, very neat to look at and sharp. To me, this heifer, I'd like to see her teats a little bit better, and then I'd like to freshen her up in her condition, make her have a little more true sweep to her lower rib and body. A bigger, longer, later maturing type of a heifer is going to round us out here. Appreciate the length of stride she has compared to the one ahead of her. This heifer, though, ducks her pins from behind, gets a little too gathered in her teats. Just need to change her up there a bit, but still very nice kind of stuff. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 10. First place will go to back number 4189, Boy Smokin' Monty 200J, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place in that class, congratulations, Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with RF Cinderella 1021 ET. Third place went to back number 4191. Congratulations to Camden Filippo. Fourth place went to back number 4193, Kylan Oakes. Fifth place will go to back number 4194, Landry LaFesti. And sixth place will go to 4190. Congratulations to Avery Hunt.
In this class of Braunviehs, we've got a really nice heifer to start the class out with. She's a little bit different than some of the ones we've used earlier in that she's a little bit bigger frame. She's not quite as soft made as some of the others that we've used, but she's in the same package. She's structurally sound. She's functional in her footwork. She moves out of the ring nicely, and yet she's still got a really nice look about her. I think when we really get to analyze in this class, I think that she's the smoothest made. She's the neatest shouldered. She's the flattest shouldered one in the class. When this young lady gets her stop, she's really, really nice and presented well. The next heifer in line, I think, probably follows her in type and in kind, even though she is a little bit smaller, more moderate in her frame size. This is probably one of the bigger topped heifers that we've got out here. This heifer, to me, when we set her in motion, she wants to drop her pins a little more than what I'd like to see. She gets a little coarser through that shoulder, but yet when we compare with the ones on either side of her, I think that this is where that she logically falls. She's logically the second soundest one out here. She's the second deepest bodied. She's the second best balanced one out here. So she goes in the 2-hole. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with, you appreciate the shape and outer turn to her quarter that she has, the amount of muscle that she has. This one just doesn't balance up as good. She gets heavier up through that shoulder. She gets a little coarser through the point of that shoulder and wants to roll off in her pins.
Well, real good division here. 4 heifers that have a lot of utility to them. There's some different kinds, that's for sure. And again, you got this heifer that won the first class. She's just a very solid heifer, good-bodied, sound enough, decent enough looking. You know, I don't think that she's as powerful, as massive, or as neat maybe from the side as the next 3, but I really appreciate her kind. The heifer that won Class 2, again, like I said, you know, just doesn't have a whole lot of issues anywhere. She's sound, she's flexible, she's got some body, she still balances up nicely. Again, I don't know if she just wows you in any one area, but she does a lot of things very, very nicely. And then you got 2 cattle here. The one that was second to the first class winner I talked about, awesome standing here. Just change her feet a little bit. And same for this heifer, wild looking kind of breeding piece heifer here that's second to in the second class, needs to go just a little better. So it's close here, but just thinking about why I'd beat any of them, this heifer out of Class 2 needs to be the champion. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations in that division. Your champion will go to Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois.
Heifer that's pulling in here, I think still, when you just stop from my perspective and get against the rail, look at these 2 cattle. The one that intrigues me the next best is this one that was second in Class 2.
As we get these out here in division, I don't know if we've got one out here that in this division that just jumps out at you and says, I'm going to take this division and run with it. But yet we've got some solid ones. And all 4 of these are similar in their type and in their kind. We talked about the young lady in the blue sweaters. shirt here, in the blue sweater, heifer that's big and rugged and burly and got some muscle to her and got some rib shape and pretty soft. And more than importantly, she's the soundest one out of that class and one of the soundest ones in the division, and still has some muscle and shape and look. The heifer out of the second class in this division was the eye-appealing, long-bodied one that's really long from the point of her nose to the tip of her tail, extremely long pattern. And in some ways that's good, and in some ways that hurts her a little bit, makes her look a little more shallow than what she is because she is so long-bodied. So we've got the couple out here. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today, that I think is the most functional in her shape and in her design.
Well, congratulations in this division in your Braunvieh ring. Champion will go to 21-13. Congratulations, Shelby Prazik with Prasmus Mighty Wonders 69 JET.
Well, we just have a single entry heifer on this side of January, right, young man? January. And I think one that's very intriguing. I think there's some neat parts to her. She's so long-necked and feminine and attractive up there, yet still very, very massive in her rib and body. You know, I think it's interesting. I was trying to put my finger on it. You know, she's so long-sided, and as she's came into calf here, she's starting to drop a little in her top line and work up in her tail head. I don't get too critical on that at all. I can appreciate that she's pretty far along, and I think there's a lot of good and quality in that heifer to win a single entry class. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations over here in the Charlotte ring. Your first place in Class 11. Congratulations to Justin Teets, Lost River, West Virginia, with OBG Miss America 2021. We're now going to bring in Class 12. These will be senior yearling females.
What do you know? I said, what do you know? He's growthy. Nice bull. Yep, got him here. Doing nice. All right, well, this gentleman's got a senior yearling pair here. I like the little bull calf at side. He's pretty growthy for September there. Cal's got a beautiful udder on her as well. Nice pair there. Congratulations.
Probably the easiest thing that we've done in the Braunvieh show all day was use the young lady's heifer to win this class. Some might think she may be a little too moderate. For me, she's just about the right size. Man, you love the way that her rib shape's made, how full she is in the upper part of that body cavity, and the way that she ties in behind that shoulder, and she's big-hipped and got a lot of shape and outer turn, and she's really smooth in her joints. And when we set her in motion, she sets herself apart there as well. She's just super, super, super fluid. Now, if we're going to get critical on her, we'd like to stretch her out. We'd like to stretch her front end out. We'd like to see her a little bit more feminine about that head and neck. She just gets a little plain, but take that away from her. She's a really, really, really good female. The heifer that we've got in the second hole, a little bit harder made kind of a heifer that's extremely long bodied in comparison to the first place heifer, really long bodied, long hipped kind of a heifer. To me, she just gets kind of hard and gets kind of flat. Just like to see her just a little bit softer made. Heifer that's certainly sound enough today. She just gets a little bit hard in this class.
nice division here, and a pair of good cattle. They're in a little different stages of production, but hey, that's all right. I think you could justify some different things. When you get over there to the rail, though, the heifer out of Class 1, I think is very intriguing in her look, her balance. She's still pretty thick and powerful. You'll have the champion of this division, young man, and we'll follow it up with Class 2.
Well, congratulations. In your senior female division, your champion will go to back number 4197, OBG Miss America 2021, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. And reserve in that division will go to back number 4199. We're now going to bring in your cow-calf division. There will be one entry in this class. After this division, we are going to bring in all of those champion reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion female.
Why don't you guys just pull right out here on the profile? Well, just a single entry here and a nice pair that'll add to the quality of our lineup and really just represents the good we've had all day. This cow is big-footed and she's stout-boned and she's thick. I think it's got a big old growthy, thick-made heifer calf outside that does a lot of things right there. Congratulations on just a good-doing pair here.
Well, congratulations. Your champion cow-calf pair will go to back number 4201. Congratulations to Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. At this time, we'll bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Parker Henley, is going to select his champion and reserve champion Charolais females.
We're going to start with the big old growthy heifer to win this class. And when she first walks in, she doesn't wow you as much as when this young lady gets her stopped. When she gets this heifer stopped and the pole on that female raises up and she gets that front end just really extended, there's a wow factor to this one that some of the others out here don't have. To go along with that, she's so long-bodied that you do appreciate that. And in some ways, that the length of her spine and the length of body kind of hurts her a little bit because it makes her look like she's a little tight-flanked. And I don't think that she's necessarily that tight-flanked. I'd just like to see her just drop down there a little bit more. And I think if she was more compact like the other two, I don't think that it would be as noticeable. But man, this is the heaviest muscled, soundest moving, most eye-appealing one in this class. So she wins. I think the next two get really close, and I think that you could do a couple different things with these. I went with the one that to me was a little bit nicer balanced. I thought that she was carrying a little less weight up through that front 1/3. I thought that she wasn't quite as bold up through that shoulder as the heifer that we've got in the third hole. We've got in the third hole, and I think that she's the most like and type and in kind of the heifer that we've got in second. So she's going to fall into the second hole. The heifer in third is kind of intriguing from that last rib back. You love the hip in this heifer. You love the way that her pin set is. You love the way that tail head lays. This one just gets too heavy chested, and she's carrying too much weight in her front 1/3 to place in the top three. So three really nice heifers.
Well, congratulations in the Braunvieh ring. Congratulations, Class 8, first place. Go to back number 2126. Star Baby Sister 55J1. Congratulations to Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Second place, go to back number 2124, Grace Kaczynski of College Station, Texas. In third place, congratulations to Aiden Wolkin. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve here in the intermediate division.
Two really good heifers out here that are polar opposites that won their individual classes and they won it running away. The heifer out of the first class is extremely moderate in her body size and in her frame score. She's extremely deep bodied. She's extremely soft made. She's extremely flexible off both ends. And like I said in class, when this one sets that pastern down, she's just kind of fluid when she moves. Now, compared to the heifer out of the second class, she just gets a little bit short-bodied, but she puts so many good things together in terms of uniformly balanced from her front 1/3 to her back 1/3. The way that she puts everything together, you really like this one. Just like to stretch that front end out, just like to see her cleaned up just a little bit. Then the big heifer out of that last class, talked about her a little bit. She's so elegant up through her front end. She's so level and long in her top. She's got some really, really, really neat pieces and parts. She's extremely green in her condition for a female of this size. In fact, I might like to see her a little bit further along bred. It just see what she looked like when that belly was dropped down a little more. I think this one could get really intriguing, but she's so attractive and so dead level when we set her in motion. You do appreciate that about her. So we've got two that are really, really different. I'm going to go out and pick the one that if I was going to take one home, I'd take home today.
Well, what an honor for me to be able to get out here and judge these Charolais cattle. It's very humbling, and I'm so thankful to the association for allowing me to do this. I've had a breed that's been very good to me over my career, and one of my first opportunities to judge a big show, or I was honored to get that by my own breeders and in a breed that I grew up in, and so I'm super thankful. You will not find a bigger fan or advocate of the Charolais cattle than myself, and so I hope you all know that. I'm super complimentary of all of these cattle and all of them that I saw today, and appreciate what people brought to me. I'll make this comment. I was looking forward to this day for some time. As I mentioned, I'm very passionate about them, but I had zero agenda. I just wanted to come out here and look at good Charolais cattle, and I'm pretty pumped. I found a pair of them that I dig quite a bit, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But as I mentioned, I'm super thankful that my folks or my family and my wife's parents are here. My son, which hopefully will be showing some Charlet in a few years. He's up there watching. He didn't quite make it. I got into nap time here before we get into the grand drive, but appreciate them all being here and watching. We truly are, both sides of my family have Charlet in our roots, and so I am passionate when I tell you that. Again, relative to the champions out here, there's several of them in the lineup that I think put a lot together and have some good things. All right, and as I've sat out here and thought about it and thought about well, what do we want to do here? I like so many things, and I've thought about, boy, I want the Charlet breed to be represented well in the Supreme lineup. I've thought about several things, and what I came back to is when I sit over here and think about it, there is one specific female out here that I think is as good of a Charlet heifer as I have ever seen. And she pumped me up from the minute she came in the ring, and I would be mad watching this entire year if I don't use her for champion. That's that Division II heifer. Congratulations. She'll be champion today.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Charlet female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boyd Kelly 438K. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Lee Borkland. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Charlet female. Coming out of Class 10, congratulations, Carter Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois, with Boy Smokin' Monite 200J. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to take a brief photo break. When we return back, we'll start with our bull show. We'll start with Class 2, late spring bull calves.
Well, if there's one that's as the phrase goes, cranks my clock or trips my trigger, whatever, it's this one that we're going to use to win this class. From the ones that we've had out here, this is one of the sounder moving, bigger legged, bigger footed, bigger bodied ones that still has some really nice pieces and parts in terms of balance and look and softness of structure and softness of body type, and still has enough broodiness to her that she still looks like she's going to make a beef cow. I like this one quite a bit. The most logical one to put in the second hole is the one that looks the most like her in terms of balance, in terms of depth of body, in terms of levelness of top and levelness of hip. This one just gets a little high on her tail head, maybe doesn't quite have the sheer width and dimension of the first place, but from pieces and parts, this one fits the bill of the first place heifer. Then the third place heifer is the kind of outlier of the bunch, extremely long bodied, extremely long fronted, really elegant and feminine about that head and neck. I just like to see this one just a little bit bit burlier, a little bit stouter featured, a little bit stouter footed, a little bit more shape whenever we get behind her from stifle to stifle and just see her just a little bit wider. But man, when you talk about one that's lean and trim in its condition and still has a really nice attractive look, you like this one a lot. Then the next heifer in line that the young lady in the burgundy sweater's got is a really broody made kind of a female that's got a big foot. She's got a big bone circumference underneath her. She just doesn't balance out quite as nice. She gets a little heavy through that front 1/3. She wants to pull her top up just ever so slightly when we set her in motion. Just doesn't quite put it together. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with is not a bad heifer by any means. She's super feminine. She looks like a lady whenever the young lady gets her head up. This one just gets a little flat rib. She gets a little shallow through the center portion of her body. Just doesn't quite have that expansiveness that the ones above her had. Really, really nice class of heifers.
Well, congratulations in Class 9 over here in your Braunvieh ring. First place, so go to back number 2129, Avery Kimball, Montrose, Colorado, with BLC Aurora Sky 012J. Second place in that class, congratulations, Jose Antonio Munoz. Third place, so go to back number 2131, Lindsey Gherkin of Weatherford, Texas. Fourth place in that class, back number 2127, Camry Pittman. And fifth place, so go to back number 2130, Riley Flowers. Now in the ring is Class 10.
We're going to leave these two the way that they're standing and the way that they came in. The heifer that's going to win the class just wins it on structural integrity alone. I think she holds her top together better. She holds her hip together better whenever we set her in motion. She reaches out with a better proper placement of those rear legs. I think that she's probably got just a nickel better angle to that scapula and to that front shoulder as well. Would we like to see her have more body, especially in comparison to the second place heifer, more internal capacity? Of course we would, but I think that she's adequate in that considering how long-bodied she is. The next heifer in line is one that I like in terms of her body shape. I like in terms of her broodiness of design, or her softness of structure, the ease of fleshing that she appears to have. To me, this one wants to get underneath herself just a little bit more. Whenever we set her in motion, she wants to drop her pins more, wants to come up in that top just a little bit more compared to the first place heifer.
Congratulations in Class 10, first place. We'll go to back number 2132, Star Annie Oakley, 10J, exhibited by Samantha Malman of Brenham, Texas. Second place in that class went to back number 2133, Rylan Kimball, with BLC Aurora Star, 577J. Now coming in the ring is your final class in this division. This will be Class 11 Junior Yearling Heifers born January to February of 2021. Well, in the Charolais ring, it looks like we are about ready to get started back up with your bull show. We'll start with Class 2 late spring bull calves born May of 2022.
Two really good heifers on the top end of this class. I'm going to use the young lady's heifer here. I think that she's a little bit easier in her middle part of her body. I think she's a little bit softer in terms of her rib shape. I think that she's just a little bit more open in that chest floor. I think that she's just a little bit more expansive in terms of her internal body capacity. Now, the heifer in second is a longer pattern, longer spine kind of a heifer, and I'm not going to take that away from her, but I think this heifer's just a little bit softer made. She's a little bit more expressively muscled. I think she's a little bit softer in her type and in her kind. The young lady's heifer that we have in second, this young lady's a really good showman to go along with it, and I think that certainly helps her. This heifer's a really nice big body kind of a heifer that's in really trim condition for a heifer of this size and this age. To me, she just gets a little bit harder in her condition. She gets a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle pattern when we view her from the side profile. She just doesn't quite have the shape and outer turn and just pure stoutness that the heifer that wins the class with. But you like her in terms of her length of body, in terms of her length of spine. And like I said, young lady does a nice job showing. The next heifer in line is one that we do like in terms of her uniformity of depth from her forerib back to her flank. I think that she does do that well. She is open in her rib cage. She is bold in her rib. To me, when we set this one in motion, she wants to drop in those pins a little bit more than what I'd like to see. She wants to get underneath herself when we set her in motion. The next heifer in line is the one that I had trouble with. I really didn't know where to put this heifer. She's not quite deep enough to be at that top end. She wants to get a little bit shallow through the center portion of her body, but you love her hip. You love the hip in this female. She's big hips, she's big topped, but yet she gets a little bit short in that hip. So I had a pretty tough time placing her, so I just thought, she's a little bit shallow, but on down the road, I think this one, if fed right, could move on up. Then we're going to round the class out with a heifer that's not in a bad rig at all. She's a pretty nice heifer in terms of muscle shape, in terms of muscle dimension. She just gets a little bit off in terms of her structure. She wants to get underneath herself on the move. She wants to get a little bit straight in that shoulder and wants to pull up in her top when we set her in motion. Well, out here in division in the Braunvieh show, I think that we've got three really good ones, and we talked about them each in individuals, and you all know my feelings on the one to my far right. I love her pattern. I love the look. I love how sound she is, and she's so big-bodied and puts it all together in a really nice package. Heifer out of the second class is extremely long-bodied, extremely long pattern, long-hipped, really nice made kind of a heifer, maybe compared to the ones on either end of her, maybe gets just a nickel flatter in terms of her rib shape and in terms of that rear view, but yet a nice long pattern, level top kind of a female. And then the heifer out of the last class, we talked about how we liked her compared to the others in her class in terms of her uniformity of depth, the way that she balanced out. Maybe just doesn't quite have the eye appeal and the jazz of a couple other heifers out here, but certainly a nice functional made, broody made kind of a female. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and pick the reserve.
Okay, well, just to start our bull show off, we've got three of, so a big percentage of the entire show, but I think it's pretty straightforward here. This bull that wins is just the stoutest and the most powerful one of this bunch, and yet I still think he's plenty adequate in his structure and movement there. Nice bull that's well-balanced and thick and powerful to win. I'm going to change him just a little bit. I'd square his front feet up and lay his shoulder at the top of it in just a little better, but good bull. The next bull, I guess the next pair are very different. This one's extra muscle shape and moderation of frame and just expression is what gave him the edge. Now, the only thing that's holding me back and why I say he isn't second easy is he's a little round out of his rump and a little rigid in his pasterns, but I do like the masculinity, the forerib shape, and the thickness to that bull. This real hairy, big-footed bull comes next that's sure got a place. He's nice and angular in his lines. To me, though, he's a little straight up front and a little flatter in his forerib. I think he just needs to be a little more mature and more massive all the way through to beat those two. But, again, good parts in that bull. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring out of Class 2 in your bull show first place. Congratulations to Carr Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri with Carr's Mr. Ignite 222P. Second place in that class, back number 4211. Congratulations to Alyssa Meyer. Third place into back number 4215. Congratulations to Jillian Sherman. In the Braunvieh ring, we have the results of your junior champion division. Champion went to back number 2129, Avery Kimball. And reserve went to back number 2128, Jose Antonio Munoz.
Well, just a single entry. We'll keep things going here. A bull that's growthy and extended in his kind. Still got some quality and balance to him there. I think he's got a bright future, a good bull with some good parts to him. Congratulations on your class winner.
We're going to leave these two the way that they came in the ring, and I think it's really close. And when this young lady gets this one stopped and that head cocked up there, I think that she just kind of overpowers the second in terms of eye appeal and style and balance, not taking anything away from the heifer that we have in second. I think this one just ties together a little bit better out of that shoulder. I think she's a little bit smoother from that shoulder into that rib cage transition. Now, I'll give the advantage of body shape and depth, the center portion of their body, to the heifer that we have in second. Just don't think she's quite as good up through that shoulder. I don't think she's quite as good out of that pin.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Charolais ring. Congratulations in Class 3A first place. Went to Aces Wild Ranch LLC with DCNBC Kingston 2110P. Now in the ring is Class 3B. Well, back in the Braunvieh ring, results of your final division here in our heifer show. First place and champion went to Miss HHR Camellia Jade, and second place went to back number 2140. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik. We're now going to bring in all of those division champs and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion female.
Well, just a pair of Charolais bulls here, and I think they're different from one another. I like the more moderate, thicker made bull here to win. He's big testicled, he's real stout and masculine, his head and his crest there. Wouldn't try to convince anybody he's the soundest calf in the world. I'd like to lengthen his stride, make him reach a little further, but he's adequate and he's fine. He has a little more mass and moderation than the bull in second. Bull in second definitely is growthier. He's longer fronted. He probably strides a little bit further as well. I don't know if it changes hip and his hind leg also, though, even though he does have an advantage in terms of length of stride. A bull that I'd like to tone down just a little in his frame and make him just a little bolder through his center body. But darn sure some good parts there. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in our final class in this division. First place, we'll go to back number 4220. HL Diablo's Outsider LD. Congratulations, bred known by Cole Harris of Hepler, Kansas. In second place, we'll go to back number 4222. Congratulations to Lily Williams. We're now going to bring in the first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve spring calf champions.
Well, this is a nice division. You couldn't probably ask for three bulls that are any different from one another to be their class winners, and that's really what I'd say. We got a moderate, deep, kind of smooth-made bull. We got a big, long, extended bull, and a real thick, powerful bull there. They're all a little different from one another, and they all have their breeding utility here. The one, though, that stands out and fits my kind, though, is going to be Class 1. This young lady will have our champion in D1.
Congratulations. Your champion in that first division is going to go to back number 4212 coming out of our first class. Congratulations to Carr Cattle Company. Second place in that class was exhibited by Alyssa Meyer.
Be a little closer here for reserve. I think the bull out of the second class is not the most massive or most mature at this stage of the game, but I'm probably just most comfortable with that bull's, just shape, muscularity, and length of stride. We'll go right here for a reserve in the division.
And congratulations, your reserve champion in that division comes out of Class 3A. Congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch LLC of Millsap, Texas, with DCNBC Kingston 2110P. Congratulations again to those exhibitors. Our next class in the ring, this will also be your division. This will be Class 4 Junior Calves.
As we bring out all of our division winners, I know from a judging standpoint, I'm extremely happy with the way that these all came together. I tried to put together a pattern in these females that were functional, that still had enough look to them. I'm an old school guy, so I like big bellied cattle. I like cattle that are functional. I like cattle that still have some eye appeal and some look to them, and I think these all do that. From our calf, the way that one's put together, we talked about, just how level and good hipped it was, and pretty and big ribbed, and still put it together in a big foot and a functional design. We like that about it. The calf out of the second division, we talked about just how much sheer muscle shape and dimension that one had. The calf out of the third division was the biggest bellied one that we had out here all day, and just super soft in its makeup, and maybe just gets a little bit plainer, but you certainly have to love the functional way that one's put together and the way that one's made. Then the heifer out of the fourth division, just how complete that one was, and how much we liked the way that it moved around the ring and a big square hip and soft made, and just put all that together in a good look, and we certainly like that about it. And then even the senior division, wasn't very many out there, but that one hits the same pattern that I was trying to put together in terms of hip shape and functional soundness, in terms of foot quality and the way that they move around the ring. I'll be honest, I'm not a poker player. I don't hide my emotions very well, so you probably know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to go out and pick your champion, then come back and pick your reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, purebred Braunvieh female. Goes to back number 21-29. Congratulations, Avery Kimball with BLC Aurora Sky 012J.
A pair of bulls here, and this class, and again, they're different from one another. I think the bull that's going to win just overpowers the other one in terms of true forerib shape, true muscularity and stoutness. I think that's where he comes to the front of this class. He's a little coarser in his general makeup, and the only thing that was holding me up is when he goes right away from you, he kind of walks outside of himself. But I don't think it's a huge problem, and he's just got so much more mass and muscularity than this bull coming next. This next bull here is very highly presented and sharp and angular. He's just a touch gangly looking for me. I want to make him a little fleshier and bolder in his forerib. Maybe just still change him up in his hind leg as well. But some nice parts there. A good looking angular bull. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, your reserve grand champion. We'll go to back number 2102, Miss BBB 2232, exhibited by Big Blue Braunvieh of DeWitt, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to all of our Braunvieh female exhibitors. We will get started with your full-blood and purebred cow-calf pair division. Back over in the Charolais ring, we are showing your bulls currently. Your junior calf champion went to back number 42-25, MJ Briarwood 206. Congratulations to Megan Johnson of Beaver, Oklahoma. And second in reserve in that division went to back number 42-23, exhibited by Tara Ribar Farms of Kmart, Maryland. Now in the ring is your first class here in the senior calf division.
Well, nice class-winning bull here that's got really big feet, a bull that's pretty flexible down in his pasterns and lower joint work there. I think does it with still plenty of shape and muscle up high. Again, I changed this bull just a little bit. I'd tidy up his sheath, maybe make him just a touch deeper there in his heart and his flank. But, again, love the foot size, the true muscle shape he has there. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. First place in that class, go to back number 42-29, FFF Fireclaw 1128, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in class 6. These are September senior bull calves.
Well, this is another nice bull here, a big, growthy September bull that's got just a world of depth of body and moderation yet to him. Love the sweep there to his rib. I think this bull is, sound enough. And the only thing I'd say is I'd probably like to just tone him up just a little bit. He's planed up just a little in his shape, but, I think there's a lot of good in him. And to have some daughters out of a bull like that with that kind of body and rib and then just foot quality there would be very nice. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 6, first place. With the back number 4231, congratulations to Carr Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri. We're now bringing in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve senior calf. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, we're getting started with your purebred Braunvieh cow-calf pairs. We'll have 2 entries in this division.
Well, this division's really nice, and I think this pair of bulls both have tremendous uses, I guess, and I think you could find a spot for both of them, a cow base to work on. Appreciate that a lot. They're different. The bull up front, I love the foot and the bone, the length of stride, and the freshness that he comes in today. I think that bull has got a few things I said. Just tidy him up a little in his sheath and make his body maybe just a little bolder and deeper, but good bull. The bull in the second class, I think, is a good kind. He is great in his rib and his body type. He still has some growth, but he doesn't project out to be a large framed bull either. I love just the balance he comes in here from the side. Now, I said this, he's a little stale looking. I'd probably just like to see that bull just toned up a little bit and freshened up, but boy, he still has a lot of really nice things to offer there. So a good pair of bulls. You can kind of pick whichever one you think would work. Just step off of them and see the bull with the most quality to him is this one right here. You'll be champion in this division. Be reserved.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior calf will go to back number 4231. Congratulations to Carr Cattle Company. Reserve champion goes to back number 4229, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Now bringing Class 8. This will be your intermediate division.
Our cow-calf pairs over here on the Braunvieh side, as they were leading them in, I looked at the calves. I thought, man, both these calves are pretty good. And then I asked the young lady, I said, were these calves first and second in that first class? She said, yeah, they were. And so I think that commends the producing predictability of these two cows, just how good the calves on their sides are. I went with the dark pair up here to my far right. I think that when we really get to analyzing teat structure and udder structure, I think this one moves itself to the top. I think that this one shows me a little bit more natural ease of body condition and fleshing ability. When we get behind it, I think it has a little bit more muscle shape and dimension. So that one wins. And then we put the one here in second, one that's definitely more eye-appealing and probably passes that eye-appealing look onto her calf. To me, she just gets a little bit flatter, and just like to see that udder just a little bit more evenly balanced in terms of how full each one of those quarters are. So two really nice pairs.
All right, just the single entry here as we keep moving along through the bull show. A bull here with some muscle, some expression to him. I appreciate that. And he's one that I'd like to loosen up a little in his structure, both off his front and rear. But again, lots of shape and power there. Good job to you.
Well, congratulations back in the Braunvieh ring, your champion cow-calf pair. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. And reserve champion went to back number 2142, also exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Now in ring 1, we're going to start your purebred Braunvieh Bull show. First class in the ring is Class 14 Summer Bull Calves. Back in the Charolais ring, we have the results of your intermediate division. Your champion went to back number 4233. Congratulations to Macy Adams. Now in the ring is Class 9. This will be your junior division.
Only a single entry in this first class of bulls on the Braunvieh side, but here's a big-ended, big-ribbed kind of a functional made calf that's got a nice look to him. He's kind of fighting the halter, so you really can't get a good look on his structure so much, but a calf that you appreciate in terms of the depth of body and the sheer width and dimension that he does have.
Congratulations in that first class of bulls. First place, we'll go to back number 2146, Jose Munoz. Congratulations to Jose. We'll now bring in class 16. These will be purebred bulls born March of 2022.
Well, we just got a one single entry March bull here, and he's really nice. I told the gentleman here, he's just solid everywhere. He's sound enough. He's got some muscle. He's adequate in terms of his body, and it just gets out and moves very comfortably here. So good bull to win this single entry class. We'll continue to talk about him as we go along. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your junior champion bull goes back number 4235. BJCF Caldwell, J701ET. Congratulations, bred and owned Bar J Livestock Incorporated, Liverpool, Texas. We'll now bring in Class 11. These will be senior yearling bulls. Followed by this class, we'll look to see Class 12.
We've certainly got a stud here to start this class out with. When we look at this one on the profile, we realize just how big-footed and burly-legged and big-muscled this one is when we're viewing it on the side profile to go along with that nice sweeping rib and a big old top. But more importantly, when we set this guy in motion, he just strolls around the ring. He's so fluid in his movements. He's so easy in his joints. You just really like that about him. Is he as attractive through his front 1/3 as the calf is in second? Probably not, but man, he puts so many good things together. He sorts himself to the top pretty easy. Most logical thing in the world to do is to put the one in second that we've got here. He's the second best balanced. He's the second heaviest muscled, second biggest bodied one out here, and the second best balance is, as we talked about, balance is carrying as much weight through the front 1/3 as he does through the back 1/3. This guy does that really good. He just doesn't do it as good as in it and as expressively as the first place calf does. The calf that we've got here in the third hole, not a bad calf by any means. When we look at him in terms of product and just mass and that, he's certainly got a lot. He wants to cut up in his flank a little bit. He wants to get just a little short striding off that back two. So we just like to make him flex a little bit better, make him just a little bit more up-headed, a little bit more eye-appealing. He would move on up in the class. Then we've got a calf here in the fourth hole that's not a bad calf by any means. He's just kind of skinny right now. This guy just needs to be on feed a little bit longer, and I think once you get this guy on feed and he begins to develop that rib shape and that body that the calves in the top two had, I think this guy will run with him. He's just too flat and too shallow right now to place in the top three, but I think on down the road, if the young lady does a good job feeding him, he'll be able to compete.
Well, congratulations in the Braunvieh ring. Class 16, first place. We'll go to back number 2149. Congratulations to Jordan Walker. Second place, we'll go to back number 2151. Congratulations to Big Blue Braunvieh. Third place went to J.N. Braunvieh. And fourth place to Tanya Williams. We'll now bring in Class 17. This will be your final class in this division. These are junior bull calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, again, my compliments to these gentlemen here on presenting some big bulls this way and getting them to the show. It's very hard, and I think, just talk about some of the positives I see in each one, as I think there's a ton of utility. And these three bulls here, this bull that is over here to the right out front, I think he just looks like he needs to win the class here today. He is still at this size, still very fresh and muscular in his shape. I think I like his length of side. I like his smoothness. I think he puts some things together that I like in both 2 and 3 in a well-balanced, sound enough kind of package there. Congratulations. Very nice bull. I was a little closer here. I always like, a moderate, big-ribbed bull like this one. I love how he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib. I probably just like, the way he uses his lower joints maybe just a little better than the bull coming in third there. I'd change him. I'd just maybe lengthen him just a little bit, and that's the extra extension, the extra mass of that first bull is what wins out. This bull coming next has more shape, more power, more substance to him than the one ahead of him. Gets a little too rigid from behind there off his rear too, but a good kind of a bull, still with a lot of shape and power. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. First place to go to back number 4238, RF Full Strut 0223ET, owned and shown by Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms. We'll now bring in Class 12. These will be summer yearling bulls.
when we get to sorting through this class of Braunviehs, I think that the best way to put it is just sort them on product. And I think that the calf to my far right wins from that standpoint. I think that when we look at him in terms of muscle shape and design and performance and foot size and just sheer stoutness, I think that he sorts himself to the top. Is he balanced out and is as pretty as the calf is in second? No, I don't think so. But I think in terms of just sheer muscle dimension and muscle shape, as well along as rib shape and performance, he wins the class. I really like the black calf that we've got in the next hole to my left. He's a calf that you really appreciate in terms of eye appeal, in terms of balance, in terms of levelness and straightness of design. There's just not enough of him today to win this class.
Well, just one bull here, and I think a good kind of a bull to be a single entry. He's a real big bodied. He's good in terms of his size. I think still a stout, powerful kind of a bull. Is he as neat and sharp as a few other ones we've seen? Maybe not, but boy, he represents a lot of the fundamentals. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Braunvieh ring, results of Class 17. First place went to back number 2154, Praz Mr. 12th Man, 73 JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. In second place in that class, back number 2152. Congratulations to Big Blue Braunvieh of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior calves. Back over in the Charlet ring, the results of Class 12, first place went to back number 4239, KNS Sancho 0715H, exhibited and owned by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia.
All right. Go ahead. I just have a single entry bull here, and, I think very nice. I think our last one of the show, again, a muscular, shapely bull. I was just telling him he don't have an ounce of hair anywhere, but he still does a lot of things very right. Congratulations. I think this bull's got a ton of value to him as well. We'll visit about him here in just a minute as we come back in for overall. Good work.
And as we get into division and the junior bull calves over here, I think that we've got three really nice calves. Calf to my far right, we talked about him in class. Really square, really dimensional. When we get him on the side profile, probably one of the better looking calves that we've had out here. Is he moving good enough today? It's really hard to tell just because he's so fighting the halter so bad, but a really nice pattern kind of a calf. Calf out of the second class, so just really, really, really like this calf in class as far as stoutness of structure and body and muscle shape and dimension, and the way that he puts it all together. Is he as pretty as the calf to the right? No, but I think that he certainly balances out good enough, and there's enough quality in this calf that it overcomes that. Then the big power calf out of the last class, we talked about just muscle shape and dimension and shape and outer turn to the quarter that this guy has, and just sheer pounds of muscle that he does possess. He just doesn't quite balance up as good as the two down here to my far right, but certainly a nice, high-performing, big muscle kind of a calf. I'm going to go out and pick your champion and then come back and reevaluate for reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring, your junior calf champion, and go to back number 2149. Congratulations, Jordan Walker. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 14, congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. back number 2146. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in Ring 1, we'll bring in Class 18. These will be purebred winter bull calves born November to December of 2021.
Well, a very good division of these older Charolais bulls here, and my compliments to these folks on getting them presented. I wanted to bring them around here to the center of the ring so all the folks in the stands can look at these bulls, because I think there's several of them that could see some use, and I think we're at a time where you're trying to find you a Charolais bull to use next, and I think there's a lot of good standing out here, and so my compliments to you. You guys can land on what you prioritize. If I'm, we try to raise Charolais show efforts. That's the bottom line. And when I step over here to the ring side and I look at these things and study them, yeah, they need to be stout and growthy and massive. And I think all of these do that. There's one of them that does it with extra quality and balanced look. When you stand right here, that's the Class 1 bull. He's going to win this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion that division coming out of Class 11, back number 4238, RF Full Strut 0223 ET, exhibited by Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms.
Again, good bulls all the way through here, and the bull that was second, I loved just his size, his rib type, his smoothness that he has there. That second place bull, similar comments. He's just good and thick and powerful. This third class winning bull, boy, he's a little different in his look. He's really, really slick-haired, but bull is muscular and athletic and really, really shapely and massive. And so I think there's no wrong way here you can do it. I think they're all really nice bulls. I'm intrigued still by this one out of Class 3. He's going to be a reserve champion. Good job, buddy.
And congratulations, your reserve senior bull. Coming out of Class 13, back number 4241, MJ Mr. Yellowstone 021. Congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch, LLC, Millsap, Texas. At this time, we're now going to bring in your champion reserves out of all of our divisions, and our judge, Mr. Parker Henley, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion bull. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our division champion reserves are coming into the ring, let's put our hands together. Joining us from Stillwater, Oklahoma, your judge today, Mr. Parker Henley.
As we look out here at this class, Captain, I'm going to used to win this class has the most unique pieces and parts, and in my mind is probably one of the harder ones to make in terms of top shape, in terms of upper rib shape, in terms of hip shape, and the way that he holds himself together. When we put him in motion, he's also one of the better balanced calves. Is he the deepest bodied, biggest rib calf in the class? No. But is he the most ideal in his rib? Maybe so. But I just think this calf is really, really, really nice made up through his top, the way that his upper rib shape is made, the way that his hip is made, and how wide he is from stifle to stifle. The big rib, big bodied, soft made kind of calf is the one that we've got in the second hole here. I think this calf in terms of his rib shape is the best one in the class. When I get to really analyzing him in terms of the way that he balances out, I think that he's not quite balanced out. He gets a little bit rounder in his shoulder, gets a little heavier fronted, maybe wants to roll off in his hip compared to the first place calf, but you do have to love how soft middled and easy doing this calf is. And the calf that we've got in the third hole here, not a bad calf by any means, really raw in his makeup, really raw in his condition, and still has quite a bit of muscle. He's just fighting the halter quite a bit, never really give us that good look. Maybe wants to roll off in his hip a little bit and wants to come up in that top more than what I'd like to see.
Well, congratulations back over in the Braunvieh ring. First place in that last class of bulls went to back number 2156, Aiden Wolken. Second place exhibited by Shelby Prazik, and third place also by Shelby Prazik. Now in the ring, over here in the Braunvieh ring, is class 19. These are senior bull calves born September to October of 2021.
Well, a really nice Charolais Bull show here. And again, thank you all for bringing your cattle for me to evaluate them. We live in a world where you can go a lot of different places and do a lot of different things, and just appreciate the opportunity to evaluate your cattle and give you guys my opinion. We're definitely at some interesting times in our breed, and I think there's going to be some challenges we got to go through, but I'm almost certain that we can do it. We can find the next ones and make some progress here in the next few years. And so it'll be a challenge, but I know we can. We got so many great breeders of cattle, and so keep charging on, keep putting your minds to it. I'm sure we'll find that way. And again, as you look at these bulls, I've been just kind of studying them a little bit, looking around. I think all these bulls have a lot of value to them. And I encourage you, if you're watching ringside, there's something that you like, I would look into it, because you ever tried to feed Charolais bulls and get them to a show and get them to look like this, it's really, really hard. And there's more things that go wrong than right most times. And I've showed these things and been out here, it's tough. And so my compliments to each one of you. They're good bulls all the way down the lineup. I think one of them, though, that just stands out today and looks just 100%. This big old bull out of last division is going to be our champion here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Charolais bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, RF Full Strut 0223 ET. Congratulations to Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms.
Here on the Braunvieh side, the bull that I'm going to use to win this class is the widest pin, biggest top, biggest ribbed kind of a calf of the two. I just love his muscle shape whenever you get on top of him and look, and just how bold and how wide he is and how good ribbed he is. And he's the biggest footed one of the pair out here as well. Now the bull in the second class in the second hole, certainly a little bit softer made, softer middle. He just gets a little bit narrow whenever I get behind him compared to the other calf in front of him, but a really nice soft made, soft middle kind of a calf to finish second.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Charolais bull. Coming out of that last division as well, congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch LLC of Millsap, Texas, with MJ Mr. Yellowstone 021. Again, congratulations to all of our Charolais bull exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Parker Henley. Back over in the Braunvieh ring, congratulations in Class 19. First place went to JBB Jam and JR 108J, exhibited by J Bar Braunvieh of Headley, Texas. Second place went to back number 2159. Congratulations to Grace Szynski.
When we bring our divisions out here for this division championship, I think that there's a lot of similarities between our two class winners in terms of top shape and the way that they're made through their hip and the squareness and boldness of both their upper hip as well as the lower stifle that they have. And I think that a lot can be complimented towards that as we look at these two. When we look at the one to my far right out of the first class, I think he's a little bit more eye appealing. He's a little bit longer fronted kind of a calf. Calf out of the second class is probably a little bit softer middled and a little bit bigger ribbed. I think that the calf to my right is probably a little bit leveler in terms of pin set than the one that we have out of the second class. Calf in the second class is probably tied in a little bit deeper in his twist and has a little bit more lower quarter to him than the calf to my right. So I think that it's really, really close. I think that they're both similar in their type and in their kind. I think that we got to go out and pick the one that we like the best today.
And congratulations back over here in the Charolais ring. We had one group class. Congratulations on your produce of Dam. First place will go to Carr Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri. Well, then congratulations in the Braunvieh ring. Your senior calf champion goes back number 2156. Congratulations, Aiden Wilkin with the WCCR, Calvin Klein 1131. And reserve in that division, back number 2160. Congratulations to J Bar Braunvieh, Headley, Texas with JBB Jam and JR 108J. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our purebred Braunvieh Bull Show. This will be Class 21 Summer Yearling Bulls born May to June of 2021.
Well, in this class and in division, I think that this guy wins pretty handedly. We've talked about some of the cattle that needed rib to go along with the hip, and I think that this guy's got it. He's certainly a deep middle kind of a calf. He's a big hip kind of a calf. He's so full in his hip, not just to be big, he's full in his hip. Yeah, we might like to stretch him out in that hip just a little bit, but he's so smooth in his transitions from his shoulder to his rib cage. Just a really nice, sound, big-footed kind of a bull to win this division. The next calf in line, I think that you could find a lot of spots to use this guy in. He's a big-topped rascal. I mean, you look down his top, and he's a ridgeback dude that's got a ton of muscle and a ton of hip in him. He wants to get underneath himself a little awkward at times. He wants to get outside of himself, outside of his carriage a little bit whenever you put him in motion. But here's a guy that you really appreciate just in terms of the amount of raw muscle and shape that he does have. So two really good bulls. Really like the bull that won this division.
Well, at this time in ring 1, we're going to bring in all your division champion reserves. Our judge will be selecting his champion reserve purebred Braunvieh bull.
Well, we certainly have a nice set of bulls out here to select a champion from. And as I stated earlier, I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and sort through these cattle. And I love doing it, and it just gives me a lot of pleasure to do it, and especially here at Congress and knowing what all that they've done to help the cattle industry and that kind of stuff, and the great leaders that are behind this show, and all the guys at Express and that kind of stuff that kind of help put this deal together. Just a great show, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here and have the opportunity to sort through these good Braunvieh cattle, and there's been some good ones today. I know we still have the divisions to go, but it was indeed a pleasure to sort through these cattle and how functional they are. And as Dave Allen stated earlier, I think that this is a breed that gets overlooked a lot of times because they are so diverse. You know, they'll make good cows, and they've got some carcass merit to them, and they'll make feeder cattle, but yet they've still got some look to them, and won't nothing put muscle into them in one shot as much as these guys will when we look at them from that standpoint. So I do appreciate the quality of cattle that's been brought out here in front of me, and it's been a pleasure to sort through these guys. The calf down here, I stated in class, I really like this guy. I stated in class, I stated in division, I like this guy. I like him in terms of his rib shape. I like him in terms of his boldness of rib, the way that he ties in up top. Get behind him, and he's got a ton of muscle in him, and he's got the right kind of muscle. It's not real round whenever we set him in motion. He's super fluid about it. Maybe not quite the prettiest fronted guy in the world, but certainly does a lot of really nice things. Calf out of the second division, probably as hard to make as any of them out here in terms of top shape, in terms of hip shape. So full and wide from his pin to pin and stifle to stifle as anything that we've got out here. And he's really long up through that front end to go along with it. He needs more body. In my opinion, at this stage of the game, he's just a little shallow, but I think that'll come as this guy's fed, and if we push him hard, I think that he's going to get that super soft look to go along with all that muscle and power. Then the big guy out of the last division, talked about him. He's pretty green in his condition to have as much just natural shape and dimension to his lower 1/3 as he does have. When we talk about internal capacity, this guy's got a ton of it. He's just big ribbed and big middled. Maybe like to see him just a little fuller in his upper rib, but man, whenever we talk about internal capacity and one that looks like he could go out and make some cows, I think this guy could do it. Does he have as much natural muscle as the two to my right? Probably not, but man, he's super full in that hip. He's really put together really nicely, and when we get him in motion, he does a nice job. He's fluid. Maybe wants to roll out a little bit on that right rear at times, but certainly a nice calf in his own right. So I'm going to go out and pick the two that I like today. Once again, it's been a pleasure to sort through these cattle. Let's give these bull exhibitors and all these Braunvieh exhibitors a big round of applause while I go out and pick your champion.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Braunvieh bull, comes out of our junior calf division. Congratulations to back number 2149. That was exhibited by Jordan Walker and E. Skinnerd. And congratulations, your reserve champion Braunvieh Bull coming out of our final division, back number 2162. Congratulations to Grace Kaczynski with Mr. HHR Crown Royal. In the Braunvieh ring, we are going to go into our group classes at this time. First class in the ring, we'll look for Produce of Dam. Well, attention to those of you sitting in the stands. We are going to start our Red Angus Bull Show here in just a moment. We will be showing in Ring 2. Once again, that's Ring 2. We are going to start with the Red Angus Bull Show here in just a couple minutes. Well, congratulations over here in the Braunvieh ring. Good way to get started with your group classes. First place in your Produce of Dam class will go to back number 2164, Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Second place in that class, congratulations to 2165, Shelby Prazik. We're now going to look to bring in your Get of Sire class. We'd like to remind all of our Red Angus exhibitors that we are switching the ring you're showing in. We're going to have our Red Angus Bull Show here in Ring 2 in just a moment. Well, congratulations in the Braunvieh ring results here. Get a sire class. First place, congratulations, Avery Kimball. Second place went to Star Ranch. Third place will go to Humpin' H Ranch. Fourth place, J Bar Braunvieh. Fifth place will go to Shelby Prazik. Now in the ring is Class 29. This is Breeder's Best Forehead. For those of you that are still sitting with us here in the arena, please put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Jason Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Well, congratulations in our final class here in the Braunvieh show. Your breeder's best four head, first place. Congratulations, Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Second place, we'll go to Humpin' H Ranch. Third place, Aiden Wolkin. And fourth place, Shelby Prazik. Again, congratulations to all of our Braunvieh exhibitors. Red Angus exhibitors, we are about ready to get started with your bull show here at the Cattlemen's Congress in the Jim Norick Arena. We are switching to Ring 2. We'll be in Ring 2 showing our Red Angus bulls.